Chapter 470. Evil Cultivator and Demon Cultivator. There were two more extreme professions in the falling star continent. The cultivation method of evil cultivators was nothing more than using unorthodox cultivation methods to achieve opportunistic means. Demon cultivators were different. They cultivated real demon techniques and absorbed the demon chi between heaven and earth. Evil cultivators were equivalent to martial cultivators and demon cultivators were equivalent to sword cultivators. Both were extremely rare. It was said that there were many demon cultivators in the falling star continent 10,000 years ago. There were also many demon sects that could compete with the top sections. However, demon cultivators' cultivation methods were more extreme than evil cultivators. Therefore, the major forces that claimed to be righteous joined forces and issued a demon-slaying order to prevent future generations from being bewitched. It was a war that lasted for 100 years. It was said that even martial emperors participated. Later generations called it the war between the righteous and evil. There were many righteous experts, and the demon sects were outnumbered. In the end, they were gradually eradicated. Today, there were no more demon sects in the entire continent. Of course, if you don't remove the roots, they will grow again. There were many demon cultivators who survived. They either lived in seclusion in the mountains or hid their identities and lived in the falling star continent. The demon-slaying order was still in effect. As long as the righteous sects found demon cultivators or demon sects, they would go all out to eliminate them. Therefore, every once in a while, there would be news of some demon cultivators or demon sects being discovered and then besieged by various experts. Why did they say this? Because Yao Menjing had awakened the Khanate demon body. A person with such a physique must be a demon cultivator, and a top one at that. Elder Wei frowned and said, 10,000 years ago, the patriarch of the Demon Emperor sect, the Demon Emperor, had the Khanate demon body. He fought with the 9 great martial emperors alone. It was said that he was the strongest person in the falling star continent. I've heard of it too. Jiang Yi said, unfortunately, even though the Demon Emperor's cultivation was unprecedented, he was still defeated by the 9 great martial emperors. In the end, he was killed by the 9 great martial emperors on the Demon Mountain. Li Qingyang and the others had never heard of this, but they were amazed that one person could fight with the 9 great martial emperors alone. This was definitely a super-existence that could only be looked up to. Speaking of which, was Yi Xingqian among the 9 great martial emperors? No. The reason why he could become one of the 9 emperors was also because of the Devil Emperor. Although the other party had died in battle on the Demon Mountain, he had taken 2 martial emperors with him. That was how Yi Xingqian was able to comprehend the providence of heaven and earth and become a martial emperor. The ancient emperors fought for supremacy and divided the falling star continent into 13 prefectures. Some kind of restriction existed in this world, and only 9 people could ascend to the throne and enjoy the worship of all living beings. After the fall of the martial emperor, the emperor was scattered across the world, searching for the most suitable martial cultivator to take over. Yi Xingqian was the new martial emperor after the war between the righteous and demonic factions. What about those who had not become martial emperors? They also had the opportunity to become martial emperors. However, they had to challenge the 9 great martial emperors. If they won, they would replace them. It was very unrealistic for Wu Sheng to fight a martial emperor. Therefore, since ancient times, no one had been able to shake the 9 great martial emperors. They could only sullenly wait for them to fall. Perhaps the world could no longer withstand the battle of the martial emperors, so it had sealed off the path to becoming a martial emperor. However, there were exceptions, and that was the demonic cultivators who did not walk the normal path. 10,000 years ago, a peerless genius was born among the demonic cultivators. With an innate demonic body, after hundreds of years of cultivation, he broke through the shackles of heaven and earth and became a demon emperor. He also single-handedly founded the famous Demon Emperor Sect. We must be ranked to succeed the martial emperor. You can ignore the rules of heaven and earth and break through to a higher level. How can you do that? Therefore, the martial cultivators of the falling star continent united and issued the demon-slaying order. Although the slogan was to slay demons, in fact, they were worried that if they were allowed to grow stronger, it would bring disaster to the martial cultivators. Who was right and who was wrong 10,000 years ago was no longer important. The important thing was that before the demon emperor died, he looked up to the sky and laughed, saying, "As long as heaven and earth are not destroyed, the demonic path will exist forever. I have planted the seed of an innate demonic body in the world. If it awakens in the future, it will definitely restore the glory of the demonic path." His voice contained supreme emperor power and majestic demonic chi. Not only did it ripple in the sky, but it also enveloped the entire continent, wantonly disturbing the minds of living beings. According to the historical records, this was the divine power that the demon emperor used before he died. He planted his innate demonic body in the hearts of the people, until one day it sprouted, bloomed, and bore fruit. As long as heaven and earth were not destroyed, the demonic path would exist forever. This sentence became the spiritual pillar of the demonic cultivators who were lucky enough to survive. They were also waiting bitterly for the awakening of the innate demonic body, because that would be their hope to restore the demonic path. More than 1,000 years after the demon emperor's death, an ordinary young man walked out of the mountains and accidentally awakened the innate demonic body. From then on, he embarked on the path of demonic cultivation. This was the life of a protagonist. Unfortunately, his identity as a demonic cultivator was exposed, and he was hunted down by the righteous sect. In the end, he died an unnatural death. In the following years, 7 innate demonic bodies appeared one after another. Some of them died during their growth, and some gathered the surviving demonic cultivators to strengthen the demonic path. In the end, their deeds were exposed and they were eradicated. Because innate demonic bodies appeared every once in a while, there were detailed records in the history book. Elder Wei and Jiang Ye had naturally heard of it. When Yao Menjing's body was surrounded by demonic qi, they determined that this was definitely the sign of the awakening of the innate demonic body. "This is troublesome, troublesome." Elder Wei frowned and said, "This girl has the innate demonic body. She is the public enemy of the entire falling star continent." Jiang Ye held his chin and murmured, "The first 8 were all men, but the 9th was a girl, and a 7 or 8-year-old girl." Li Qingyang also realized that the awakening of little junior sister's innate demonic body was not a good thing, so he hurriedly said, "Elder Wei, we have to inform the sect master quickly. Let's contact him through telepathy." Elder Wei said. Jiang Ye hurriedly performed his martial arts, but unfortunately, our sect master Jun was already far away, and there was no way to contact him. Elder Wei said, "The girl's awakening of the innate demonic body did not cause too much of a commotion, so the outside world might not know about it. Let's not spread the news and wait for the sect master to return before we discuss it." "All right." Jiang Yu agreed. Back to Jun Changshao, riding on the Hurricane Wolf King, traveled for about a day, and entered the 5th grade county where Miaohua Palace was located. He entered a city called Happy City. A 5th grade county was very powerful, and even an ordinary city like this was far superior to Qingyang City in terms of size, number of people, and even the experts. Sect Master Jun was dumbfounded as soon as he entered, because on the main street of Happy City, he could see luxuriously decorated brothels every few steps, and there were gorgeous beauties standing at the entrance, throwing flirtatious glances at him. "This place is really a happy place for men." Jun Changshao shook his head, ignoring the beauty's calls, and chose an inn to stay in. "Have you heard? The remnants of the demonic sect secretly returned to the demonic mountain and met with the experts of the various sections. They fought for a long time." "This is big news, of course we have heard. That self-proclaimed 36th patriarch of the demonic monarch sect has just entered Wu Huang, but he dares to fight with the experts of the first-grade sections. He is really overestimating himself. Jun Changshao sat by the window, and he had nothing to do but listen to their discussion. He couldn't help but think to himself, Wu Huang is just a beginner in their eyes. The martial cultivators of this fifth-grade county are really awesome. He was just casually listening, and then he rested for the night before continuing his journey. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the mountain where Miao Hua Palace was located. Chapter 471. Miao Hua Palace was located on Miao Ling Peak of Miao Hua Mountain. From afar, this peak looked like a young girl standing gracefully, which was why it was named Miao Ling coincidentally. The first palace lord of Miao Hua Palace came here because of this feature. Therefore, she established a sect that only accepted female disciples. In the hearts of countless men, Miao Hua Palace was definitely a holy land because all the female disciples were as beautiful as flowers. Unfortunately, the sect had a rule that men were not allowed to enter. Therefore, entering Miao Hua Palace to tour the flowers one day became the dream of many men. Some people would not turn back until they hit a wall. They knew that they could not enter, but they still came to Miao Hua Mountain, hoping to see the beautiful female disciples. This was not the case. At the foot of Miao Hua Mountain, there were many handsome young masters and famous young heroes gathered. Jun Changshao walked over and looked at the 30 to 50 young elites gathered. He could not help but think to himself, it's quite lively. Swoosh! A young master dressed like a scholar walked over and opened his folding fan elegantly. He smiled and said, "Friend, are you also here to see the splendor of Miao Hua Palace's disciples?" You can say that. Jun Changshao naturally wanted to see how different the disciples of Miao Hua Palace were from the fifth-rate Holy Spring sect. The scholar sized him up and said, "Judging from your attire, you shouldn't be from a big family." Jun Changshao wanted to reply, "What does it have to do with you whether I'm from a big family or not?" However, it was better to keep a low profile when outside, so he replied, "I'm from an ordinary family." The scholar closed his fan and pointed at the young elites in front of him. "They're all young masters from famous clans. My friend, you're from an ordinary family. You definitely won't be given a second glance by the beautiful disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace." "Oh!" Jun Changshao smiled and said, "From what you're saying, they came to Miao Hua Palace to win a smile from the beauty? You're not?" The scholar asked. "No." Jun Changshao said honestly, "I'm here to visit Miao Hua Palace." His voice was a little loud. When the young masters nearby heard him, they all looked at him in surprise. Did he hear it wrong? This guy wants to pay a visit to Wonderful Flower Palace? The scholar was taken aback as well. Soon after, he smiled and said, "Wondrous Flower Palace has never welcomed men. Isn't it a joke for a friend to visit? Is there something wrong with his head? If Miao Hua Palace could be placed anywhere, why would we be standing at the foot of the mountain? Looks like he's a country bumpkin from the mountains. He hasn't heard of the rules of Ingenious Flower Palace." Everyone discussed in low voices, and all of their words were filled with contempt. Jun Changshao was a little speechless. "So, just because you're not qualified to enter, I have to follow you?" They were just a bunch of bored young masters from rich families. Sect leader Jun didn't lower himself to their level and continued to walk forward. "They're coming down, they're coming down." Suddenly, someone shouted. Jun Changshao looked up and saw a dozen or so disciples of the Ingenious Flower Palace walking down the stairs. It had to be said that they had slender figures and good looks. It was easy for them to attract the attention of men. Walking in front was a disciple called Li who often accompanied Shi Jingxian. "Senior sister." A female disciple said in a low voice, "There's another group of lechers at the foot of the mountain. Should we chase them away?" Li said indifferently, "They're just flies. Just ignore them." The dozen or so disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace coming down the mountain immediately attracted the attention of the young masters. They all looked up. The falling flowers were willing, but the heartless flowing water was merciless. They didn't even look at them and treated them like air. The young masters who came here were already used to it, so they didn't mind being ignored. Instead, they slowly admired the disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace. Young Master Su, I think the disciple walking in front has the most extraordinary appearance. The second to last female disciple is petite and extremely cute. She's the type I like the most. I think the second one is quite good. Everyone discussed in low voices. Jun Changshao shook his head and thought, have they never seen a woman before? Sect leader Jun didn't know. The disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace cultivated on Mount Ingenious, which was full of spiritual energy. Over time, they formed a unique temperament that other women couldn't compare to. The young masters had seen their fair share of beauties, but compared to the disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace, they were really vulgar. Not long after, Lear led her fellow disciples down the mountain and continued to ignore the young masters on the side of the road. They were all like proud peacocks. Miss Lear, Jun Changshao said, we meet again. The young masters standing at the side were stunned. Then, they were all filled with murderous rage. This guy actually took the initiative to greet them. If they angered the other party, they would be chased away together with everyone. Even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to absolve them. In the past, there were people who tried to worm their way into being friends with them. As a result, outsiders weren't allowed to get close to Mount Ingenious for half a year. Sect leader Jun's words caused intense anger to be directed at him from all directions. He thought to himself in surprise, what's going on? Lear frowned when she heard someone call her by her nickname. However, when she heard the words, she was stunned. She turned around and exclaimed, it's you! Everyone was dumbfounded. The disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace knew this guy. Jun Changshao said, Miss Li is it strange that I'm here? Li frowned and said, why are you here? I'm here to pay a visit, Jun Changshao said. Li fell silent. Of course, she remembered the agreement between the palace lord and Jun Changshao at the Iron Bone Palace. However, she didn't expect him to come so soon. What's wrong? Jun Changshao smiled and said, am I not welcome? Humph. Li snorted and said, since you're here to pay a visit, my Ingenious Flower Palace will naturally welcome you. As she said that, she made a gesture and said, please. When they heard the words welcome and please, the young masters standing nearby were stunned. They even suspected that they had heard wrongly. They didn't hear wrongly because they saw with their own eyes Jun Changshao climb the stairs under the guidance of Li and the other disciples. Oh my God! Who is that guy? He's actually qualified to enter Ingenious Flower Palace. From the looks of it, he seems to be old friends with the disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace. Everyone was talking at once. Their eyes were filled with envy. Everyone. Jun Changshao waved his hand as he climbed the stairs and said, I'll go up first. You guys can continue to watch from below. Damn it. You guys looked down on me just now. I must provoke you guys. Jun Changshao's way of slapping them in the face was really a little childish. What? In the study, Shi Jingxian stood up and said happily, Sect Master Jun is here to pay a visit? Yes. Li said. He's been arranged to stay in the West Wing by the disciples. However, she muttered in her heart, my palace lord, that guy is here to pay a visit. You don't have to be so excited. Li Shi Jingxian hurriedly combed her hair and clothes and said in a panic, should I change my clothes and dress up? Chapter 472. Jun Changshao was arranged to stay in the West Wing. It was a separate area and he was the only one there. It was as if he was isolated from the world. The environment was not bad and the spiritual energy was abundant. Sitting in the gazebo, Jun Changshao felt the spiritual energy and murmured, as expected of a fourth-rate sect. As he spoke, he released his spiritual senses and spread them around. Miaohua Palace was huge and majestic. It was obvious that it was a sect with a strong foundation. However, there were not many disciples. Under Jun Changxiao's spiritual senses, there were only 20 to 30,000 disciples. Since the sect mainly accepted female disciples, it was normal for there to be fewer disciples. Although there were few disciples in Miaohua Palace, they were strong. Martial masters could be seen everywhere. Even Wuzong was not rare. There were also several martial king powerhouses in the outer court hall. Judging from their clothes, they should be elders. Fifth-rate sects also had martial kings. It was not surprising that there were so many fourth-rate sections. Jun Changxiao murmured, "Palace Master, she is only at the level of Wuzong. Can she control so many martial kings?" In his opinion, Shi Jingxian was just a weak woman with an eye disease. It would be difficult for her to control such a powerful fourth-rate sect. The system said, "What does it have to do with the host whether they can control them or not?" Jun Changxiao ignored it and wanted to continue prying. However, he found that there were some restrictions in some places that prevented spiritual senses from penetrating. The system said, "Every force has a side that no one knows. It's impolite for the host to pry without restraint." That's true. Jun Changxiao retracted his spiritual senses. At that moment, the martial kings of Miaohua Palace seemed to have noticed him. They released their spiritual senses and completely shrouded him with an unfriendly aura. Jun Changxiao was embarrassed. Fortunately, the elders of Miaohua Palace did not pursue the matter on account that he was a guest. They left after a slight warning. Sect Master Jun Lear walked in and said indifferently, "The Palace Master invites you in." In the main hall of Miaohua Palace, 8 elders sat at the head of the table. Most of them were over 50 years old. Some of them looked old, while others were still charming. Judging from their auras, they were all martial kings. As soon as Jun Changxiao came in, everyone's spiritual senses pressed down on him. There was a faint displeasure between their eyebrows. It was already unreasonable for a young man to come in, and he even unscrupulously released his spiritual senses to spy on them. This would definitely make them even more unhappy. Sect Master Jun, an old woman sitting on the right side of the palace master's seat, said lightly, "Young and promising." Her name was Zhangsun Fanghua, and she was the current Grand Elder of Miaohua Palace. Her strength had already reached the peak of the martial king realm. She was in charge of most of the sect's internal affairs, and was the person Shi Jingxian valued the most. The second elder was also a peak martial king. She sat to the left of the great elder. Her name was Ling Xingyu. She was a beautiful middle-aged woman. However, when he looked at sect leader Jun, there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He said, "Sect leader Jun, may I know the reason for your visit? It was your palace master who asked me to pay a return visit. Now that I'm here, you're asking me the reason for my visit. This is a little f***ket up." Jun Changxiao muttered in his heart, but he still smiled and said, "I've long heard that Miaohua Palace is one of the top sects in Jianghu. I'm here today to broaden my horizons." "I thought you were here to challenge us," Zhangsun Fanghua said. Ling Xingyu said, "Sect leader Jun first challenged the Haoqi sect, then the Sacred Spring sect. Later, you destroyed 4 evil sects in Huayang County. You've been very arrogant recently. Do these two have something against me? Why are they speaking in such a sarcastic manner? Or could it be that female martial cultivators who cultivate martial arts all year round have endocrine disorders, just like Abbess Miju?" Jun Changxiao clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "The motto of the Iron Bone sect is that we won't attack unless we're attacked first. Those forces that were destroyed only have themselves to blame." The elders of Miaohua Palace cast disdainful looks at him. It was definitely not because the main character was born with a mocking face. It was because the people of Miaohua Palace had a strong repulsion toward men. Even if it were other men, they would have received the same treatment. As a keyboard warrior, Jun Changshao was confident that he could fight 300 rounds with them. But when he thought about how he was here to make friends, he smiled awkwardly. Sect leader Jun Zhangsun Fanghua said indifferently, Miaohua Palace has never entertained men. So, you'd better leave the mountain today. Jun Changshao was instantly enraged. He said coldly, I came here as promised. I haven't even seen Palace Lord Shi and you're already chasing me away. Is this how Miaohua Palace treats its guests? I don't want to lower myself to your level because you're women. Zhangsun Fanghua said in a low voice, Sect leader Jun, please watch your words and tone. My tone is like that. Jun Changshao's temper rose. He said, if you don't like it, you can cover your ears. How dare you? Leng Xingyu shouted coldly. The elders also stared at him angrily. The atmosphere in the main hall suddenly became serious. With so many martial kings glaring at him, Sect leader Jun was not afraid. Instead, he said coldly, Palace Lord Shi, your Miaohua Palace doesn't seem to welcome me. I'll take my leave first. Whoosh. With that, he waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Sect leader Jun, wait. Shi Jingxuan's voice came from the side door of the main hall. She was wearing a clean long dress and walked in with Li Er's help. She was a stunning beauty to begin with. Now that she had put on light makeup, she looked even more like a fairy who was untainted by the mortal world. Palace Lord. The elders who were originally incomparably cold hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Their eyes were filled with respect. Elders. Shi Jingxian stopped in her seat and reprimanded softly, Sect leader Jun is an honored guest invited by me. Don't be too rude. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Jun Changshao was surprised that a group of martial kings was so respectful to a wuzong. He thought to himself, this woman can't be judged by her appearance. Sect leader Jun, Shi Jingxian smiled and said, sorry for offending you just now. I apologize on their behalf. Please don't take offense. The great elder and the others frowned. They heard from Li Er that the palace lord cared a lot about this kid. It seemed that it was true. That's right. Jun Changshao turned around and said, if I were as polite as Palace Lord Shi, I would definitely be polite. Shi Jingxian sat down. In this kind of situation, she didn't look like a weak woman. Instead, she exuded the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. After all, she was the palace lord of a fourth-rate sect. Naturally, she had the dignity of a palace lord. Jun Changshao was secretly surprised and said, it's completely different from when I was on Mount Hua. Sect leader Jun, Shi Jingxian said, I heard that there have been frequent battles in southwest Yangzhou recently. Your Iron Bones Qingyang County hasn't been affected, right? To be honest, it was as if she was a completely different person from when she learned that Jun Changshao had come. It's affected. Jun Changshao said helplessly, not long ago, Zhenyang County attacked. Shi Jingxian said, if that's the case, why are you still free to visit my Miaohua Palace? Jun Changshao glanced at the elders present and said, Palace Lord Shi, I have an important matter to attend to. I wonder if you can ask them to leave for a while? Chapter 473. What's so important that he needs to talk to the Palace Lord alone? In my opinion, that guy purposely sent us away so that he can talk to the Palace Lord alone. Judging from his appearance, he must be a womanizer. I'm just afraid that the Palace Lord's willpower is not strong enough and she will be bewitched by him. Outside the main hall, the Miaohua Palace elders discussed worriedly. Zhangsun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue's expressions were ugly. They did not have a good impression of Jun Changshao. Now that he was alone with the Palace Lord, they felt that it was not a good thing. Grand Elder, Ling Xingyue said, Li Er is right. The Palace Lord might really have feelings for that guy. We can't just stand by and watch. We have to stop it. Zhangsun Fanghua said, you know the Palace Lord's personality. How can we stop her? Shi Jingxian had absolute authority in Miaohua Palace. Although they were martial kings and elders, they could only listen to orders and did not dare to disobey. Leng Xingyue said, "If there's no other way, let's ask the Grand Elder to step in." Every sect had a few surviving experts of the older generation. These people were called Grand Elders. Blue Mountain Sect and Sacred Spring Sect also had Grand Elders whose cultivation had reached Martial King. However, because they were focused on cultivating martial arts, they were in seclusion all year round. They would only come out when something big happened in the sect. If Jun Changshao did not come to cause trouble in Jinyang County, the Blue Mountain Sect's Grand Elder would definitely appear. To become a sixth-rate sect, there had to be an expert of Wu Zong's level. If a sect wanted to become a sect, the toughest requirement was to have a martial king expert. What about the requirement for a fourth-rate sect? Not only did it have to have at least 5 martial kings, but it also had to have a Wu Huang. Therefore, the Grand Elder of Miaohua Palace, who was in seclusion all year round, was an expert of Wu Huang's level. She was not the only one. The previous palace lord was also Wu Huang. However, she left Miaohua Palace to travel after helping Shi Jingxian ascend to the position. Jinyang County's Spiritual Stream Sect only had 1 Wu Huang, while Miaohua Palace had 2. This was the difference between a 6th-rate sect and a 5th-rate sect. Of course, it didn't mean that high-level sects had to have high-level experts. Some sects were declining day by day, and their strength was not as strong as before. They might not have the same level of experts as before. Zhang Sun Fanghua said, before Grand Elder went into seclusion, she said that if there is nothing important, we should not disturb her. Leng Xingyue fell silent. If the Grand Elder did not appear, no one could persuade the palace master. "I'm sorry." In the main hall, Shi Jingxian said weakly, "They don't like men, so they are hostile towards Sect Master Jun." After the elders left, she seemed to have changed into another person. The majesty of the palace master had disappeared, and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, making people feel pity for her. "Isn't this change too fast?" Jun Changshao muttered in his heart. He increasingly felt that Shi Jingxian was not simple. "Palace Master Shi." He smiled and said, "Jun isn't someone who holds grudges. He won't take it to heart." "That's good." Shi Jingxian heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Sect Master Jun, what important matter do you have?" It was hard to imagine that this was the stern-looking palace master who was sitting at the head of the table just now. Jun Changshao said, "Palace Master Shi, Jun recently met an expert who is proficient in the art of medicine. He is quite accomplished in treating eye diseases." Shi Jingxian hurriedly asked, "Who is it? Where is he?" "This senior likes to travel the world. Jun only met him once, and I don't know where he is now." Jun Changshao spouted nonsense. Shi Jingxian immediately became depressed. However, Jun Changshao changed the topic and said, "Before I left, that expert gave me a pill, saying that it could cure all difficult and complicated diseases. This Jun Changshao didn't have any illness, so he thought of Palace Lord Shi's eye disease. Therefore, I came back to visit, hoping to help you see the light again." The system was in awe of his ability to fabricate such a story. Shi Jingxian was not in high spirits. Over the years, she had visited many famous doctors and eaten many pills, but her eye disease could not be cured. She had long been disheartened. However, she was very grateful that Sect Master Jun thought of her and specially came to Miaohua Palace for this matter. "Can I feel the pill first?" Shi Jingxian asked. "Yes." Jun Changshao placed the low-grade spirit medicine on the table. Shi Jingxian touched it randomly and took the pill in her hand. She said in surprise, "The pill contains such rich heaven and earth attributes." She could feel it? Jun Changshao said, "According to that expert, this pill was refined from hundreds of medicinal herbs." Shi Jingxian smiled and said, "It's not poisonous, is it?" Jun Changshao was silent. This woman was quite cautious. However, if someone gave her a pill and she ate it without any hesitation, what was the difference between her and a fool? Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian said, I want to test this pill. Yes. Jun Changshao said. Shi Jingxian said loudly, Fifth Elder, come in. The fifth elder, who was proficient in pills, walked in and took the pill in his hand. After careful analysis, he said, Palace Master, this pill has the effect of nourishing the body. The system only gave this explanation for the pill. The more miraculous effect was definitely not something she could understand or think of. After the fifth elder left, Shi Jingxian said apologetically, Sect Master Jun, although I trust you, there are some things that I have to consider carefully. I understand, Jun Changshao said. Shi Jingxian pinched the pill and opened her small mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth, turning into pure energy that instantly filled her body. Jun Changshao looked at it intently and thought to himself, it must be effective. Curing Shi Jingshuan's eye disease was equivalent to earning a huge favor. If she sent someone to Qingyang County, it should be able to deter the powerhouses of the two sections. Outside the hall, when the fifth elder walked out, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue hurried over and asked, What's the situation inside? The palace master asked me to test a pill. Pill. Everyone was confused. The fifth elder said, This pill should be given by that kid. Judging from the aura it emits, it has the effect of curing diseases. Effect of curing diseases? Zhang Sun Fanghua frowned slightly and said, Could it be that that guy wants to cure the palace master's eye disease? Impossible. Ling Xingyue said, The palace master has this disease since birth. Many famous doctors are helpless. How can he cure it? In my opinion, that kid just found a random pill to win the palace master's favor, an elder said coldly. We can't let the palace master have too much contact with him, lest she falls too deep into it. Zhang Sun Fanghua frowned. Huff huff. At this moment, a majestic and cold aura suddenly surged in the hall, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Oh no! Ling Xingyue exclaimed, The palace master has gone berserk. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Sun Fanghua and the others couldn't care less and hurriedly rushed in. As soon as they entered, they saw Shi Jingxian standing at the head of the hall. Her body was surrounded by a blood-red aura, and her empty eyes flickered with a sinister light. She didn't look like a human, but a killing god. Everyone. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. What's going on? Chapter 474. Shi Jingxian, who was standing in front of the chair, was surrounded by red attribute. Although her one eye was empty, it was filled with endless killing intent. It felt like a beast that had lost its consciousness. It made one's hair stand on end and scalp tingle. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. How did a cute girl become so scary all of a sudden? The elders of Miaohua Palace, who had just entered, almost cursed when they heard him ask about the situation. Only you and the palace master were in the main hall. Now that she had gone berserk, who should we ask about the situation? Jun Changshao. Zhang Sun Fanghua said angrily, What's going on? The fifth elder seemed to have thought of something and said, Did the palace master go berserk after taking the pill just now? Damn it. Zhang Sun Fanghua glared at Jun Changshao and said, Get into formation and stabilize the palace master. Whoosh, whoosh. As they spoke, Ling Xingyue and the other elders rushed over. Their hands quickly formed strange seals, leaving behind a faint light wherever they step. Die. Shi Jingxian said in a low voice. The killing intent in her empty eyes was even stronger. She waved her small hand, and the red attributes gathered around her rushed over like a flood. Be careful. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue stretched out their palms. Dense spiritual energy erupted and instantly resisted the attacking red attribute. Buzz, buzz. The three types of energy collided violently and instantly formed energy ripples that surged in all directions in the hall. The furnishings were instantly shattered. The system said, Very strong, not inferior to the two-peak martial kings at all. F***ck. Jun Changshao said in surprise. That's powerful. In his opinion, Shi Jingxuan's cultivation was only at Wuzong. He did not expect her to erupt with such terrifying strength. No wonder she was the leader of a fourth-rate sect. No wonder the elders followed her orders. But, the system quickly analyzed. She's currently in a berserk state and has lost her rationality. Jun Changshao could also see it. In particular, her empty eyes were filled with killing intent. She would definitely kill anyone she met. Could it be that this powerful strength came from the berserk state? Boom. At this moment, Shi Jingxuan's red attribute had gained the absolute upper hand. She had directly repelled the power of the two-peak martial kings. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue retreated several steps, their expressions abnormally ugly. Shua, shua, shua. The other elders had already rushed over. Using a strange movement technique, they spun around, and their bodies were instantly filled with flowing light, which intertwined together to form an inescapable net, trapping Shi Jingxian within. Boom, boom. The red attribute madly collided with the surroundings, causing the flowing light barrier to tremble incessantly, as if it could collapse at any moment. First elder, second elder. The fifth elder suppressed his boiling blood and said, "Come quickly." Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue strode over. They stretched out their palms and pressed them tightly against the barrier. Their peak martial king cultivation erupted and instantly stabilized the barrier. Who? The elders felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Boom, boom. Trapped within the barrier, Shi Jingxian continuously bombarded the barrier. However, with 8 martial kings stabilizing the barrier, she was unable to break it. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Who can tell me what's going on? First elder, I feel that this is a huge misunderstanding. Jun Changshao, who was standing in the iron prison, said with a crumbling face. The 8 elders of Ingenious Flower Palace subdued Shi Jingxian and then captured him. He was completely dumbfounded throughout the entire process. Zhang Sun Fanghua fastened the chains and said coldly, "You'd better pray that the palace master is fine. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving Ingenious Flower Mountain alive." Jun Changshao was speechless. He had kindly come to deliver the medicine, but in the end, he was reduced to a prisoner. As expected, it was not easy to be a saint. The system was very puzzled. Even if a low-grade medicine has no effect, it shouldn't cause one to lose their rationality. F***ck, Jun Changshao sat on the wooden bed and said, "I've been screwed over by you. Why are you blaming me? If you didn't say that you wanted to befriend Ingenious Flower Palace, why would I be here? Why would I be imprisoned? I didn't put a knife to your neck and force you to come here. It's your fault. Don't explain." "It's not my fault. I won't explain." They were arguing. Actually, with Jun Changshao's strength, he could have just run away. However, if he didn't get to the bottom of this, it would be equivalent to offending Ingenious Flower Palace. Come to think of it, thinking about what happened in the main hall, he muttered, "When Palace Master she went berserk just now, there was a different kind of charm to her." The system was speechless. He was already locked up, but he still cared about her when she went berserk. Was this guy despicable? Sect Master Jun was locked up for 2 days. During this time, he didn't even have anyone to deliver food to. This made him speechless. Even if I offend people, they should at least give me something to eat. Caw. On the 3rd day, the chains were unlocked. Zhang Sun Fanghua said unhappily, "The palace master invites you in." Jun Changshao got up from the wooden bed and hurriedly asked, "Palace master, she is fine?" Zhang Sun Fanghua's face was cold as she said indifferently, "If anything happened to the palace master, you would have been dead by now." Jun Changshao didn't say anything. Under her guidance, he went to the inner courtyard of Ingenious Flower Palace and arrived at the independent courtyard where Shi Jingxian lived. Sect Master Jun. Just as he was about to enter, Zhang Sun Fanghua said indifferently, "This old one doesn't want you to pester the palace master. It's best if you leave today." Sect Master Jun nodded. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Shi Jingxian sitting in front of the small pavilion. Her face was slightly pale, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. "Sect Master Jun, are you here?" She heard the movement and spoke softly. Her voice was very weak, as if she didn't have any strength. The elementary spirit medicine didn't have any effect? Although he was mentally prepared, Jun Changshao still shook his head and said, "Palace Master Shi, I'm really sorry. Taking the pill made you feel uncomfortable." During the few days of being locked up, he had also thought about it. Shi Jingshuan's sudden outburst was definitely related to the elementary spirit medicine. Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian lowered her head and said apologetically, "I should be the one apologizing. No, it's my fault. I trusted that fraud who claimed to be an expert of Qi-Huang," Jun Changshao said. Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, "It's not the first time I've lost my rationality. Sect Master Jun happened to encounter it." "Not the first time?" Jun Changshao was stunned. Shi Jingxian said bitterly, "I won't hide it from Sect Master Jun. Actually, not only do I have an eye disease, I also have a strange illness. Every time I'm depressed, I'll lose my rationality and do some cruel things. After I recover, I can't remember anything." Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. He thought about how gentle and cute she was now, and then how she had gone berserk in the main hall with killing intent all over her body. One was like an angel while the other was like a demon. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "This woman doesn't have dual personality, does she?" "It's possible," the system said. The disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace didn't know what dual personality was. They understood their palace master's situation. As long as they saw her depressed look, they would immediately comfort her to prevent her from going berserk. Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian squeezed out a smile on her pale face and said, "I didn't scare you just now, did I?" Jun Changshao said, "It's okay, it's okay." Shi Jingxian said softly, "Sect Master Jun, after taking the pill you gave me, At this point, her little face suddenly turned red and she said, I think I saw your face." Jun Changshao was startled and said, "The pill was effective?" Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, "I only felt my vision suddenly light up, and then I lost consciousness. When I woke up, my surroundings were still dark." "That's not right," Jun Changshao thought. Since it lit up, it means that she regained her vision, which means the pill was effective. Why can't she see anything? The system said, "This eye disease of hers is a bit tricky." "Wait a minute." Jun Changshao suddenly thought of a very serious question and said, "Palace Master Shi, you said that you lost your rationality because you were depressed?" "Yes." "You were also depressed before?" "Yes." "Why were you depressed?" Because. Shi Jingxian lowered her head and said softly, "I saw Sect Master Jun, he saw me?" "She was depressed?" Sect Master Jun crouched in a corner and hugged his head with both hands, extremely depressed and howling in his heart. "How can she be depressed after seeing my appearance?" "Ugly," the system said. Chapter 475. Jun Changshao wasn't ugly. In fact, he was very handsome. Then, why was Shi Jingxian so depressed that she went berserk? Because in her heart, sect leader Jun should look like that. He shouldn't look like this. Shi Jingxian, who was born with an eye disease, had never seen a human before. All her understanding was based on her own imagination. She imagined that Jun Changshao had eyes, ears, a nose, and a big head. In short, he had human characteristics, but he didn't look like a human. When Shi Jingxian regained her vision and adapted to the light, she vaguely saw Jun Changshao's appearance. When she compared it with her imagination, she realized that there was a difference and was greatly disappointed. Then, her mood became depressed and she went berserk. To be honest, Shi Jingxian, who had never seen a human before, definitely had problems with her aesthetic. Our sect leader June was definitely not ugly. It was just that he didn't meet her expectations. Ugly, ugly, the system's words echoed in Jun Changxiao's ears. It was like a sharp sword stabbing into his heart time and time again, causing him to break down from the pain. You can laugh at me. You can humiliate me. You can say that I'm weak. But you can't doubt my handsome appearance. If it's a sin, it's an unforgivable appearance. Hearing Jun Changxiao's words, the system broke down. I've never seen such a shameless person. Sect leader Jun. Shi Jingxian asked weakly, Are you okay? This woman didn't realize that because she saw his appearance, she was depressed and brought millions of tons of mental damage to sect leader Jun. Phew. Jun Changxiao let out a long breath and said, I'm fine. Shi Jingxian smiled. Sect leader Jun, thank you for the pill. It allowed me to see the light. Although it was only for a moment, I was very happy. She looked very cute when she smiled. She also looked like an innocent girl who didn't know anything about the world. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, she has an eye disease and a strange illness. The heavens are too unfair to her. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao said, since you can see the light, there's a possibility of your illness being cured. So, you have to be full of hope for the future and face every day happily. Since he knew that she would lose her rationality if she was depressed, he would definitely encourage her with inspirational chicken soup. Yes. Shi Jingxian smiled and said, I will. Although it was only a brief moment of light and she could only vaguely see the interior of the hall, seeing Jun Changxiao was enough for her to remember him forever in her heart. Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian smiled and said, You didn't come to the ingenious flower palace just to deliver medicinal pills, right? Jun Changxiao scratched his head and said, Palace Master Shi, my Iron Bone sect has run into some trouble recently. I hope your sect can lend a helping hand. What trouble? Shi Jingxian asked. Jun Changxiao told him about Zhenyang County's invasion and how they had offended 2 fourth-rate sections. What? Shi Jingxian asked in surprise. Sect Master Jun killed King Wu? Yes. Jun Changxiao said, It's still 3. Shi Jingxian said in disbelief. Sect Master Jun, have you already broken through to the Martial King realm? Yes. That's not right. Shi Jingxian said, Even if you really broke through, it's impossible for you to kill 3 Martial Kings in a row. This, Jun Changxiao said, I broke through both sword and martial arts at the same time. His tone was very humble, but for some reason, when he said it, it exuded an extremely strong aura of pretentiousness. Ah! Shi Jingxian stood up and said in disbelief, Sect Master Jun is the sword and martial kings? I remember now. She said again. Earlier, the elders said that there were signs of 2 martial kings descending in the sky. Could it be that Sect Master Jun is breaking through? Damn. The phenomenon caused by my breakthrough can be seen in the ingenious flower palace? If that's the case, my magnificent brilliance has already covered the entire falling star continent? Sigh. I wanted to keep a low profile and develop. Why did things go against my wishes? Since that's the case, I'll keep a high profile. Jun Changxiao shook his head confidently and said coquettishly, That's right. The phenomenon in the sky just now was me breaking through. Wow! Shi Jingxian said, It's been thousands of years since the sword and martial kings appeared. Sect Master Jun is really a dragon among men for you to be able to do it. If these words came from City Lord Xie, Sect Master Jun would definitely not be surprised. However, when these words came from a cute girl, he immediately felt smug. Humans had to have some vanity. If one didn't care about anything and was unmoved by nothing, one would definitely be a saint. However, Shi Jingxian continued, Sect Master Jun killed the martial kings of 2 fourth-rate sections. They definitely won't let this matter rest. Therefore, I can only ask Palace Master Shi for help. Jun Changshao said. Shi Jingxian said, since the iron bone is in trouble, I naturally won't sit back and do nothing. This woman was also swift and decisive. She immediately went to the main hall and gathered all the elders, informing them of the matter. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue would definitely object. In their opinion, it was unwise to become enemies with two fourth-rate sects for the sake of an iron bone. Elders. Shi Jingxian, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, I have made up my mind. She was very strong and domineering. The elders were silent. They could only obey the palace master's orders and help the iron bone. How would they help? Not only did Shi Jingxian go personally, but she also brought thousands of disciples with her. Even the first elder and second elder had to accompany her. This lineup could be said to be luxurious. Sect Master Jun. Shi Jingxian said, I will set off now. I will reach the iron bone in half a month. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said seriously, Thank you for your help, Palace Master Shi. Jun will remember this kindness in his heart. If there is a need for my iron bone in the future, I will definitely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Shi Jingxian smiled and said, Sect Master Jun gave me pointers on martial arts on Mount Hua and traveled thousands of miles to deliver medicine. Now that your sect is in trouble, it is only right for me to help. Jun will take his leave first. I will wait for Palace Master Shi at the sect. Jun Changshao rode on the Hurricane Wolf King and returned to the Iron Bone first. Although Ingenious Flower Palace did not send Wu Huang, he was still very relieved. As long as Palace Master Shi stood on the city gate tower, she would definitely be a deterrent. Palace Master. After watching Jun Changshao leave, Zhang Sun Fanghua could not help but say, If we go to help the Iron Bone, we will not only offend two fourth-rate sects, but also Zhenyang County. The county chief of Zhenyang County is a very ambitious person. It is not wise to offend him. Leng Xingyue said. Shi Jingxian said, This queen knows that the two elders are thinking for the sake of the sect, but have you ever thought that Jun Changshao is actually very ambitious? Zhang Sun Fanghua said indifferently, Even if the leader of a small sect is ambitious, how can he cause any waves? Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, I am not wrong. Jun Changshao and his iron bone will definitely have an important position in the falling star continent in the future. She did not see with her eyes, but with her heart. To be exact, she was betting that she was not wrong by going to help the iron bone. She was betting on the future of the iron bone sect. One day, when he and his sect had absolute strength and gained a foothold in the falling star continent, Ingenious Flower Palace would definitely benefit from it. From being unknown to becoming the most dazzling existence in the pugilistic world, he challenged the Sacred Spring sect, fought the evil faction of Huayang County, and now broke through to become the Sword and Martial Kings. The elders of Ingenious Flower Palace could pretend that they did not see these things, but as the palace master, Shi Jingxian had to see them. She could not let her emotions affect her decisions. She had to consider many aspects. Since Jun Changshao and his sect had great potential, she had to make friends with them. Therefore, Shi Jingxian went to help the Iron Bone sect not because she liked Sect Master Jun, but because she had her own considerations and plans. Sect Master Jun, on the way to the Iron Bone sect, Shi Jingxian said to herself, Don't disappoint me. Chapter 476. Sect leader Jun had been invited to Miaohua Palace as she wished. When they arrived at Iron Bone, they would definitely be able to intimidate the Spirit Stream sect and Duanshui Pavilion. However, this was only limited to the strength of the sect. They still had to face Zhenyang County. When the time came, they would send hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The 1,000 members of Wolf Rider Hall would definitely not be able to contend against them. What should I do? What should I do? On the way back to the sect, Jun Changshao was very conflicted. At this moment, he finally realized the importance of strength in numbers. If he also had a large army, he would not have to fear Zhenyang County's army. The system said, The best solution is to negotiate. Jun Changshao said, as a Huaxia citizen, I can only accompany them to the end. I will not negotiate. The system said, what right does the host have to accompany them to the end with a 6th grade county? Furthermore, it added, Qingyang City is only a small place. At worst, we can just change to another mountain and continue to develop the sect. There is no need to spend so much effort to protect it. Therefore, even if your words are very human, you are still just an emotionless machine, Jun Changshao said. When Iron Bone was in trouble, City Lord Xia led 3.6 million people and stood on the same side as him. This was his sworn brother. Now that he and his 3.6 million people were in trouble, he had to pack up and leave. How could he be worthy of the plaque in the main hall that was engraved with the words, Unyielding Iron Bone? Damn it! Jun Changshao said, at worst, I will not develop the sect. I will spend a lot of money to build a large army and fight against Jinyang County. No matter the price, he had to protect Qingyang City. This was because this was his promise to Xie Guangquan. A man's promise. Understood. The system said, the host is a real man. Don't talk nonsense. Jun Changshao said, hurry up and think of a way to fight against a 6th grade Jinyang County. Didn't the host already think of a way? What the hell did I think of? The system said, didn't the host say that he would spend a lot of money to build a large army? What I meant was no big deal. I meant that we'll throw caution to the wind, Jun Changshao roared. The system said, host, if you insist on protecting Green Sun City, from the looks of the current situation, you can go all out. F*CK. Jun Changshao said, I asked you to come up with ideas, not to attack me. I support the host to go all out and spend a lot of money to recruit soldiers and buy horses to fight against the 6th grade counties. The system said, can you scram? I can't. If Jun Changshao could spend a lot of money to recruit soldiers and buy horses, he would definitely do it. However, the problem was that he only had 2 months. There was absolutely no hope of building a legion that could contend with Jinyang County in such a short period of time. Since we can invite Miaohua Palace, why don't we invite some of the bigger counties? Jun Changshao's mind was suddenly enlightened. It wasn't as if there weren't any counties that were on par with Jinyang County, or even stronger in the southwestern Yangzhou. Who does the host know? The system asked. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up and he said, I know Patriarch Long. His Dragon Sun City is not to be underestimated. The system said, find Patriarch Long and ask him to be the mediator. Maybe we can reach a compromise. Jun Changshao was speechless. Why does this guy always want me to ask for a compromise? The system said bluntly, because the host is too weak now. If you don't ask for a compromise, it will be very difficult for you to fight against these giants. This sentence was very realistic, but also very cruel. Although sect leader Jun was already a sword and martial king, the overall strength of the sect was still very weak. Damn it! Jun Changshao clenched his fists tightly and said hatefully, if I had a few more years to develop, I would have made everyone bow down to me. Iron Bone. Jun Changshao returned gloomily. Sect leader. Just as he sat down in the main hall, Li Qingyang hurried in and said, Junior sister has awakened the innate demonic body. Innate demonic body? Jun Changshao's face was full of surprise. Jiang Xie walked in and reported Yao Menjing's matter in full detail. So, after Jun Changshao heard this, he held his chin and said, the innate demonic body is very strong. Very strong. Jiang Ye said, people with this kind of physique, who cultivate the demonic path, may become a demon emperor in the future. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up and said, the little girl has such potential. This is great news for our Iron Bone. Good news? Jiang Ye's mouth twitched and said, Sect leader, demonic cultivators are like rats on the street in the Falling Star continent. Yao Menjing has the innate demonic body. If news of this spread out, it will definitely bring about a huge disaster. What do you mean? Jun Changshao asked. Jiang Ye hurriedly told him about the demon emperor from 10,000 years ago and the demon-slaying order in the Jianghu. After Jun Changshao heard this, he said, "It seems to be very serious." Jiang Ye said, "In the past 10,000 years, 8 people with the innate demonic body have awakened. In the end, all of them died without exception. Their families and forces were also destroyed. Are demonic cultivators so evil that they are hunted down by the whole continent?" Jun Changshao asked. Jiang Ye shook his head and said, "Many demonic cultivators are like evil cultivators. They do whatever they want. The reason why they are hunted down is nothing more than to make some people feel insecure." Having lived in the demon fiend sect, he could say that he saw through the mystery. The most fundamental reason why demonic cultivators had fallen like this was that the first patriarch of the demon emperor sect could ignore the rules of heaven and earth and forcefully enter the emperor level. Naturally, the various forces would not tolerate someone breaking the balance and posing a threat to them. Therefore, they joined forces to destroy him and eliminate him forever. If demonic cultivators were the same as evil cultivators, cultivating special cultivation methods could allow them to grow quickly, but it was still within a controllable range, so they would not be destroyed. Jun Changshao frowned and said, "Since they are not evil people, it is a bit too much to want to kill them all." Jiang Ye said, "Sect leader, I think for the sake of Iron Bone, let Yao Menjing focus on martial arts." "Are you afraid that others will find out?" Jun Changshao asked. Jiang Ye said, "There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Once the news that Yao Menjing has the innate demonic body spreads, my Iron Bone will definitely be destroyed 100 times. Moreover," he paused and said with a serious look, "those who come to destroy my sect may be first-rate sects or martial emperors." Damn. Jun Changshao was shocked. Facing a 6th-class county and 2 fourth-rate sects, he was ready to risk everything. Facing a first-rate sect and a martial emperor, he would definitely die. Where is Menjing now? In the room. Jun Changshao came to the inner courtyard and walked into Yao Menjing's room. The little girl was curled up in the corner with her head lowered. "Sect leader." Yao Menjing gently raised her head, bit her lips and said with red eyes, Are you going to drive me away?" Jun Changshao said, "Why should I drive you away?" Yao Menjing choked and said, "I have awakened the innate demonic body. I am an inauspicious person. I will bring disaster to the sect." "Who said that?" Jun Changshao asked. Yao Menjing buried her head between her legs and said, "I had a dream. In the dream, many bad people came to the sect. Senior brother and senior sister were all lying in a pool of blood. Sect leader was covered in injuries and stood in front of me to protect me. Those bad people said that I was a devil, that I was a demon. They told sect leader not to be stubborn and not to protect me. Otherwise, they would destroy Iron Bone. It was just a dream." Jun Changshao walked over and said gently, "Why take it so seriously?" He squatted down, raised his hand and put it on her little head, and said, "You are an Iron Bone disciple for a day, an Iron Bone disciple for a lifetime. As long as you are willing to stay here, I will not drive you away." Wo Yao Menjing cried even more sadly and choked. In the dream, sect leader also answered the bad people like this. He said that I am an Iron Bone disciple for a day, an Iron Bone disciple for a lifetime, and no one can hurt me. Chapter 477. After Yao Menjing awakened her innate demon body, she fell into a coma for a period of time and had many strange dreams. The dream that left the deepest impression on her was that many people came to Iron Bone, saying that they were the remnants of the demonic path, a disaster, and an ominous person. Yao Menjing was extremely scared. She hid behind the sect master, her hands trembling violently. Senior brothers and senior sisters stood in front of her to protect her. Even though those bad people were strong, they were not afraid at all. Menjing. The sect master turned his back to her and said, "Don't be afraid, this seat and your senior brothers are all here." In Yao Menjing's dream, sect master Jun was still so coquettish. This sentence was also full of magic, making Yao Menjing, who was originally afraid, gradually calm down. Later, the dream changed and many senior brothers fell in a pool of blood. Although she did not witness the process, she could guess that they must have fought with the bad people. Yao Menjing raised her head with difficulty and found that the sect master was also injured, covered in blood, but still standing in front of her. At that moment, her heart was in pain, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Jun Changshao. On the opposite side, an old man with a strong aura said in a deep voice, "Hand over the remnants of the demonic path behind you, and we can let your iron bone go." Jun Changshao's eyes became incomparably cold, and said, "This seat still has the same words, once a disciple of iron bone for a day, a disciple of iron bone for a lifetime, no one can hurt her." Although it was just a dream, the sect master's words were deeply engraved in Yao Menjing's heart. Even after waking up, she did not forget. Speaking of which, with our sect master Jun's personality, if someone really came to kill his disciple, even if he was seriously injured, it was very possible that he would fight to the end. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Jun Changshao rubbed Yao Menjing's little head and said with a smile, "Little girl, don't think too much, let Lu Wansher make you a delicious meal later." He got up and left. After returning to the main hall, he gathered Jiang Ye and the others and said, "No one is to spread the news about Yao Menjing's innate demon body." Yes. The disciples received the order. Li Luoqiu asked, "Sect Master, did you gain anything from your trip to Miaohua Palace?" "Palace Master, she will bring people here soon." Tisk tsk. Li Luoqiu smiled and said, "Sect leader is really charming. You can even invite a fourth-rate sect." Jun Chang smiled and said, "How could I not be charming enough to make Hall Master Li willingly join us?" "Right." He returned to the topic at hand and asked, "What has Jinyang County been up to recently?" When it came to serious matters, Li Luoqiu became serious and said, "Jinyang County has been mobilizing its troops recently. It seems that they plan to attack other counties." Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and said, "We just conquered Huayang and Heong County, and now there's another movement. This Jinyang County is really restless." Shuirengui said, "Judging from the enemy's attack route, they want to take all the counties in the southwest region and establish a larger county. The other counties just sit there and do nothing, allowing Jinyang County to expand their territory?" Jun Changshao asked. Shuirengui said, "Jinyang County has already taken control of several important military bases. Even if the other counties have objections, they won't be able to pose a substantial threat." Jun Changshao rubbed his temples and said, "This is really a big problem. If it isn't solved, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Go. Call Xiang over." Before long, Long Xiang entered the main hall. When he learned that the sect master wanted to go to Longyang City to ask for help, he shook his head and said, "Sect master, Longyang City is only a city. It won't participate in worldly wars." "Not even with money?" "No." Jun Changshao was speechless. Forget it. I'll just take it one step at a time." Jun Changshao threw away all his worries and focused on cultivation. Yao Menjing, who had awakened her innate demonic body, also began to comprehend body metamorphose scripture. The senior brothers also did their best to teach her martial arts so that she could quickly comprehend this kind of body-strengthening mantra. As for the evil sect's martial arts, if she could cultivate it, then cultivate it. If she couldn't, then don't force it. As long as the disciple's heart was with the sect, as long as she didn't do anything unforgivable, Jun Changshao didn't care if she cultivated the evil path or the righteous path. Jiang Ye had cultivated the evil sect's martial arts before, so he could also give Yao Menjing some pointers. In short, this little lowly, who had awakened her innate demonic body, was doted on like a pearl in the palm of iron bone. On the other hand, our pitiful last disciple, He Wudi, was completely unloved by his grandmother. He relied on himself to cultivate and would occasionally be greeted by a happy football. However, this guy's aptitude was really strong. After cultivating for the 4th time, he broke through to martial disciple in just a few days. His speed was getting faster and faster. After comprehending body metamorphose scripture, He Wudi began to cultivate Iron Bone's various martial arts. He secretly exclaimed, "These martial arts look very ordinary, but they are all extraordinary," as expected of the birthplace of the 7 profound sage. Yi Xingqian had always believed that Jun Changshao came from the upper realm. He Wudi believed that Iron Bone was related to the 7 profound sage. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other inner sect disciples relied on a large number of spirit stones and spirit gathering arrays to enter Wuzong from 1st grade to 4th grade. The improvement was quite obvious. The outer sect disciples at the martial master level progressed even faster. For example, Li Tiantian, Sima Zongda, and the others. Although their aptitude wasn't high, they relied on a large number of resources to reach the peak of martial master. Because they had already adapted to the 3rd floor of the training tower and had been refining the spirit energy in their dantian, breaking through Wuzong would be easier than Li Qingyang and the others. The predecessor planted the tree, and the successor reaped the shade. The Iron Bone's various measures were gradually perfected. The disciples who joined later would definitely cultivate faster than the disciples who joined earlier. In this half a month, He Wudi also began to enter the molding room to mold his body. The first time, he was tortured for a few hours and sat on the stairs with no desire to live. The next day, he felt refreshed all over and began his self-torture journey tirelessly. As for the other disciple, Tao Yuan, he had also integrated into the Iron Bone. Other than cultivating, he would discuss the art of war with Shui and was deeply impressed. Hall Master Shui. He cupped his hands and said, "If you lead an army in southwest Yangzhou, no one will be able to defeat you." The disciples all made progress, but sect leader Jun frowned. This was because he had been cultivating for the past half a month. He had also consumed a lot of spirit stones and pills, but his realm still hadn't broken through. The system said, "The host is a sword and martial king, and there are 2 spirit cores in his dantian. It's several times harder for him to break through compared to a normal martial king." Damn. Jun Changshao was speechless. This is a double-edged sword. Sect leader. Li Qingyang hurriedly reported, "The palace master of Miaohua Palace has arrived with the disciples." Is that so? Jun Changshao personally went out to welcome them. He was about to enthusiastically shake hands with Shi Jingxian to show his friendliness, but when he saw Changsun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue's cold faces, he dismissed the thought and smiled. "Palace Master Shi, please come in. P.S. The temperature has dropped sharply recently, and the child has a fever, coughing, and making a fuss. It's really a headache, and the updates aren't very stable. Fortunately, I can maintain 3 updates a day. As for the midnight updates, I've temporarily cancelled them. Yes, that's right. I'm a married man with a child. To those beautiful ladies who have a good impression of me, I'm sorry, but my heart already belongs to someone. As for those gays, you can give up. Finally, don't call me dog anymore." Chapter 478. Shi Jingxian brought 2,000 disciples and 4 elders who were martial kings. It was a luxurious lineup. It was a feast for the eyes of the male Iron Bone disciples. After all, they were all beautiful women. "Senior brother, the disciples of Miaohua Palace are so beautiful. It would be great if our Iron Bone had so many girls." The Iron Bone disciples gathered together and discussed in low voices. If the young masters waiting at the foot of the mountain knew that the Iron Bone disciples could admire the female disciples of Miaohua Palace up close, they would be so envious that they would vomit blood. Palace Master Shi. In the main hall, Jun Changshao said, Jun has ordered the disciples to prepare food and wine to welcome your esteemed sect. Thank you, Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian said with a smile. She was wearing a sky-blue gauze dress today. After carefully dressing up, she looked even more beautiful. Jun Changshao said, if Zhenyang County invades, they will definitely attack Qingyang City. After dinner, please follow me to Qingyang City, Palace Master Shi. He would never leave Miaohua Palace in the sect. After all, there were secrets that should not be known. Shi Jingxian said. Before long, the fragrant dishes were prepared. She led the elders to the cafeteria. The eyes of the female iron-boned disciples who had been here earlier were shining. They had eaten Lu Wancher's dishes once, and the taste was still lingering in their minds. Zhang Sun Fanghua and the others kept their heads up, looking cold and aloof. After they were seated, some disciples picked up their chopsticks anxiously. Zhang Sun Fanghua reprimanded softly, How many days have you not eaten? A female disciple whispered, Grand Elder, the dishes made by the iron-boned chef are simply delicacies. Delicacies? Zhang Sun Fanghua snorted coldly. As an old woman who had lived for hundreds of years, what kind of delicacies had she not eaten? She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. As a sharp-tongued person, the great elder had already thought of a lot of vicious comments in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh. The disciples of Miaohua Palace raised their chopstick. Zhang Sun Fanghua didn't reprimand her, because right now she was slowly savoring the food in her mouth, her expression changing again and again. She had eaten many delicacies, but after swallowing this dish, she concluded that what she had eaten before were all radishes and cabbages. The lines that they had thought of were washed away by the delicious food and were replaced with compliments. Food was the most important thing for the people. Unless one was an expert who could achieve inedia, it would be very difficult to resist the delicious taste on the tip of the tongue. How is it? Leng Xingyue said. Zhang Sun Fanghua suppressed the impact of the food and said, You can try it. Leng Xingyue raised her chopsticks and ate a mouthful of food. Her beautiful face was instantly filled with shock. Clearly, she was shocked by Lu Wancher's food. Everyone, Jun Changshao said with a smile, Sorry for making a fool of myself in front of you. The corners of Zhang Sun Fanghua and the others' mouths twitched. Even this kind of delicacy can be described as plain tea. What can we eat? Just as Leng Xingyue picked up a mouthful of food and was about to eat it, she caught sight of Elder Wei, who had just walked in through the door. Whoosh! She jumped up and slammed her chopsticks on the table. Her beautiful eyes flickered with anger as she said, Wei Qingfeng. Her voice was very loud and alarmed everyone. Jun Changshao looked up and saw Leng Xingyue staring at Elder Wei. He couldn't help but think, is that Elder Wei's name? He had joined the sect for a while, but he didn't even know his name. He was really incompetent as the sect master. Elder Wei looked at Leng Xingyue in surprise. After a while, he smiled gently and said, So you've joined Miaohua Palace. Elder Wei. Jun Changshao transmitted his voice. You know this woman? Yes. Elder Wei replied, She's my 35th ex-lover. Ex-lover? 35th? Sect Master Jun was dumbfounded. Elder Wei. You've given me 35 bowls of dog food when I'm caught off guard. Leng Xingyue's beautiful eyes were still filled with anger, but there was also a trace of undetectable resentment. This complicated gaze was enough to prove that she and Elder Wei had an unforgettable love story. Wei Qifeng, she said coldly, facts have proven that I, Leng Xingyue, can still live a good life without you. This is not the place to talk, Elder Wei said. What? Leng Xingyue's expression was cold as she said, Are you afraid that others will find out that you, a man, have broken your promise? Elder Wei fell silent. What a joke! Leng Xingyue said self-deprecatingly. I've been bewitched by a heartless man like you for decades just because you said, if you bloom, a cool breeze will come. If you bloom, a cool breeze will come? Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched as he imagined a scene. It was a picturesque peach forest. The young elder Wei stood in front of the young Ling Xingyue, holding a peach branch in his hand. He said in an extremely gentle voice, "Little sister Xingyue, if you bloom, a cool breeze will come." Oh my, oh my. He's so King hipster, so King mushy. Elder Wei said bitterly, "Xingyue, do you still hate me that much?" "I hate you to the core." Ling Xingyue gritted her teeth, and the hatred in her beautiful eyes intensified. Elder Wei didn't say anything. He turned around and walked out of the cafeteria. How could Ling Xingyue let this go? She didn't even eat the delicious food and chased after him. When the two of them left, a disciple of Ingenious Flower Palace whispered, "Grand Elder, is this old man the man who hurt the second elder the most?" Zhang Sun Fanghua said coldly, "He's a flirtatious man who deceived the second elder of her feelings for decades." At this point, she glanced at Jun Changxiao and said, "You even took in such a person. They're just jackals of the same tribe." Sect leader Jun was speechless. Elder Wei's flirtatious bed. Why is she looking at me? Ever since I transmigrated to the other world, although I have a little anticipation for the relationship between a man and a woman, I have always kept myself clean. The readers are so anxious that they ask who the female lead is every day. How can they be jackals of the same tribe? However, but then again, Elder Wei was a veteran in the field of love. He had more than 30 ex-girlfriends alone. As a senior bachelor, he had to find an opportunity to ask for advice. "Come, come." Jun Changxiao called out, "Don't just stand there. Everyone eat, eat." As he spoke, he released his spiritual senses and locked onto Elder Wei and Ling Xingyue. He watched the two of them stop in the Lotus Pond Pavilion. As expected of an expert in love, Jun Changxiao inwardly said, "It looks like a random place, but it's actually so suitable for romance." He learned it, he learned it. Xingyue. Elder Wei stopped and looked at the lotus pond in front of him. He sighed and said, "Actually, I have my own difficulties." "Difficulties?" Ling Xingyue sneered. "Your difficulties are probably because you have too many women, right?" Elder Wei looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said sadly, "I, Wei Qingfeng, am destined to drift with the wind for the rest of my life. I can't give you stability or safety, so I can only choose to leave, even if I have to violate the oath between us." He dumped her and still made it sound so poetic. He wasn't an expert in love, but a saint in love. "You're drifting with the wind now. If I bloom, the wind will come?" Ling Xingyue said coldly. Hearing this, Jun Changxiao almost burst out laughing. Sigh. Elder Wei shook his head and said, "Xingyue, I thought you would understand me, but in the end—" He gently clutched his chest and said, "My heart hurts so much." Ling Xingyue said with a cold face, "Have you ever understood me? Have you ever known how painful it was for me to wait for you for all those years?" Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Wasn't it embarrassing to say such mushy lines that only appeared in romance dramas? So, the system said, the host deserves to be single forever. Crack. That was the sound of a broken heart. Chapter 479. Elder Wei and Ling Xingyue were chatting by the lotus pond while sect leader Jun released his spiritual senses to eavesdrop. He wasn't eavesdropping, but learning. As the saying went, there was bound to be someone to learn from. In terms of relationships, Jun Changxiao was like a blank piece of paper. There were too many things that he needed to consult Elder Wei about. However, when he heard those mushy words, he retreated in defeat. He couldn't learn, he couldn't learn. Sect leader Jun retracted his spiritual senses and said, "Palace Master Shi, eat more." Elder Wei's heart ached. You told her to eat more. In comparison, the system's words made sense. She deserved to be single forever. Yes. Shi Jingxian nodded lightly and slowly tasted the food. Although the food was delicious, she maintained the demeanor of a sect leader. The disciples of Miao Hua Palace were the same. At this moment they really wanted to wolf down all the delicacies, but because they were women, they had to maintain their composure and not let others laugh at them. After the meal, Elder Wei and Ling Xingyue were still chatting by the pond. However, the atmosphere had eased a lot. Jun Changshao said in admiration, "Second Elder wanted to kill someone just now, but she can calm down now. Elder Wei must have coaxed her a lot." Sect leader Jun, Shi Jingxian said, "When are we going to Qingyang City?" "Let's go now," Jun Changshao said. After the meal, wouldn't it be better to find a place with a good environment to chat with others? There was really no hope. Jun Changshao brought Shi Jingxian and the disciples of Miao Hua Palace to Qingyang City. Ling Xingyue stayed in Iron Bone for the time being. It seemed like she wanted to completely resolve her feelings of many years. So many beautiful women in their prime flooded into Qingyang City, instantly bringing a huge visual impact to the citizens of the city. When Xie Guangquan learned that the person who came was the palace master of Miaohua Palace, he hurriedly welcomed her personally and was very enthusiastic. Of course, he also admired sect leader Jun in his heart. He could even invite a fourth-rate sect and let them bring so many disciples and upper echelons. How powerful was he? Or could it be that sect master Jun and palace master Shi have already fallen in love? After settling Shi Jingxian and the group of disciples, Xie Guangquan smiled and cupped his hands. "Sect master Jun, when will this Xie be able to attend your wedding?" "Wedding banquet?" Jun Changshao was at a loss. Xie Guangquan smiled and said, "You even managed to invite the palace master of Miaohua Palace. I'm afraid your relationship is only lacking a wedding." "Don't spout nonsense," Jun Changshao said. "Palatial master Shi and I are just friends." Xie Guangquan's face showed an "I understand" expression, and then he smiled and said, "Understood, understood." Jun Changshao knew that he had misunderstood, but he was too lazy to explain. He then said goodbye and returned to Iron Bone. There was still more than a month left before the battle exemption token expired. He wanted to take this opportunity to cultivate and strive to break through to rank 2. Even though he was a sword king and martial king, and he had 2 spirit cores, which made his cultivation progress extremely slow, as long as he could make substantial improvements, his battle prowess would soar. Sect Master Jun had just returned to the sect when Ling Xingyu left with red eyes. The anger around her had completely dissipated. He went back and forth to Qingyang City after a meal. Elder Wei solved his relationship problems just like that? He was indeed an expert. Jun Changshao hurried to the herb garden. Elder Wei was currently sitting in a gazebo, looking at the sky with a worried expression and sighing. "Elder Wei." Jun Changshao walked over and said, "Are you all right?" Sigh. Elder Wei sighed and said, "I've owed too much in my life. It was probably romantic debt." Sect Master. Elder Wei said, "What's the matter?" Jun Changshao sat down and said seriously, "I want to discuss the art of picking up girls with Elder Wei." Picking up girls? It's the art of picking up girls. Picking up girls? Discussing the relationship between men and women. Elder Wei understood and shook his head. The most painful thing in this world is the relationship between men and women. Once you fall into it, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. What's the point of discussing it? If I can be like Elder Wei and have so many old lovers, I'm willing to try no matter how painful it is, Sect Master Jun said seriously. Elder Wei's mouth twitched. Sect Master, you still have to develop the sect. You must not be infatuated with the relationship between men and women. F***ck. Am I going to be lonely for the rest of my life as a sect master? Also, Elder Wei continued, if you don't handle matters of the heart well, there will be endless trouble in the future. This was definitely the most valuable experience for someone who had experienced it. Seeing how serious he was, Sect Master Jun was a little afraid, so he gave up on asking about the art of picking up girls and went back to the topic at hand. He asked about the recent medicinal herbs. Many of the medicinal herbs for the Qi Gathering Pill and Martial Master Pill had been refined. With the continuous supply of heaven and earth attributes, the spiritual energy contained in the medicinal herbs was also stronger than the previous batch. Sect Master Elder Wei stood in an open space outside the herb garden and said, "I plan to continue expanding the herb garden and plant more medicinal herbs." Okay. Jun Changshao approved. During this period of time, Sun Bukong and the other members of the medicinal hall had already gained a lot of experience under Elder Wei's meticulous guidance. There was no problem in maintaining a larger herb garden together. Of course, Sect Master Jun wouldn't always plant the medicinal herbs needed for the Qi Gathering Pill and Martial Master Pill. After the expansion, he would plant more varieties in preparation for the future. After returning from the herb garden, Jun Changshao first cultivated in the Spirit Gathering Array for 4 hours, then cultivated on the first, second, and third floors of the Training Pagoda for 2 hours. Night fell. He returned to the study and found little Long Long curled up in its nest, already asleep. "It can't be hibernating again, right?" Jun Changshao muttered as he opened the intermediate store. He hadn't looked at the system store for a while. He didn't finish looking at it after it refreshed last time. His contribution points had overflowed, but he only hurriedly bought a bottle of beginner-grade spiritual medicine. "Is there anything else good?" Jun Changshao continued to look, but he was disappointed. There was nothing worth buying. There are still more than 4,000 contribution points. Let's try refreshing again. As he said that, he fiercely pulled down. Ding! Sect contribution points, 4544500. The items in the store were replaced once again. Jun Changshao looked at them seriously until he saw the second row of items and jumped up from his seat. Under normal circumstances, anything that could make him so excited most likely had something to do with guns. However, it wasn't a gun, it was a cannon. It was called Magic Modified Schneider 1897 75mm Field Cannon. Jun Changshao exclaimed, "There really is a cannon." He clicked on the detailed introduction. Item: Magic Modified Field Cannon. Introduction. Type 1897 75mm Field Cannon, the world's first cannon equipped with a recoil device. It shone brilliantly in the First World War, and was later magically modified to be suitable for the world of high martial arts. Advantages: extremely long range, extremely powerful. Disadvantages: extremely expensive crystal nucleus, and requires at least a high-grade crystal nucleus. Price: 2,000 contribution points. Damn it! After seeing the introduction, Jun Changshao exclaimed, "It's real, an Italian cannon. However, 2,000 contribution points, that's way too expensive." The system said, "If you think it's too expensive, the host can choose not to buy it." How could he not buy it? Zhenyang County was about to kill their way over. With this kind of field cannon in the city, once it was fired, it would definitely blow up the people on the other side, causing their scalp to go numb. Bye. Chapter 480. Ding. The host has spent 2,000 contribution points and obtained Magic Modified Field Cannon X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 2544500. With a thought, Jun Changshao summoned the field cannons he had bought. The muzzle was very long and had 2 wheels. The extended tail was tightly attached to the ground, which was obviously used to reduce the recoil. The tail was attached to the ground, which should be used to reduce the recoil. The design of this magic-modified field cannon was exactly the same as the ones in Italy in the TV series. At the bottom of the cannon there was a fist-sized groove, which should be the place to gather the cannonballs. Swish! Jun Changshao took out a high-grade crystal core and pulled the energy into the groove. The gray cannonball icon began to light up. However, after all the energy was transferred, only 1/3 of the cannonball icon lit up. Damn. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. To gather one cannonball, do I need 3? The greater the power, the greater the consumption. The system said. Okay. Jun Changxiao said, I hope it won't disappoint me. He took out 2 more crystal cores and transferred them all in. Only then did he successfully charge 1 cannonball. There were 2 cannonball icons on the cannon, which meant that it could hold 2 cannonballs. Jun Changxiao was eager to test the power, so he did not charge the second cannonball. Instead, he called Xiao Ziji and the others and directly pushed it to the back of the mountain. As long as they bought a new gun, they would come here to test it. It was like a shooting range. Sect Master. Xiao Ziji said in surprise, Is this a gun? Oh my god. Su Xiaoma also came. He walked around the field cannon and said in surprise, The muzzle is so big, the power must be terrifying. After Jun Changxiao checked it, he locked on to the small mountain in the distance and clapped his hands. You will know when you fire it. Can this disciple do it? Su Xiaoma's eyes suddenly became hot. Yes. Jun Changxiao said, Go. Su Xiaoma walked over, beaming with joy. He stood in front of the field cannon and asked, Sect leader, how do I use it? Jun Changxiao said, Press the red button. When he said this, he had already retreated several hundred meters away. As for Xiao Ziji, who had experienced being thrown into trees many times, he also avoided it far away. Su Xiaoma did not realize that he was completely focused on the field cannon. He rubbed his hands and pressed the red button that was more eye-catching. Boom! The peaceful iron bone suddenly emitted a loud boom, causing the ground and buildings to tremble. Because the sound was too loud, the birds in the distance were shocked and fell to the ground. The animals were also frightened and ran around in fear. What's going on? The disciples who heard the buzzing sound looked at the back of the mountain in shock. They saw a billowing white smoke rising in the distance and gradually converging into a mushroom shape. Go! Let's go take a look. Everyone hurriedly rushed to the back of the mountain. As soon as they entered, they saw the field cannons spewing out thick smoke. The sect leader and senior brother Xiao stood in the distance. The 2 of them were dumbfounded. Because they were too close, their ears were buzzing from the sound of the cannons. Someone exclaimed, Senior brother Su fell. Su Xiaoma fell on the grass beside the field cannon. White foam was coming out of his mouth, and his body was twitching violently. He was beaming with joy just now, but now he was like a bear. The contrast was too great. Of course, Su Xiaoma was not shaken by the recoil, but by the sound of the cannons. It was very tragic. Quick, quick, carry him to the medicine hall for emergency treatment. The disciples rushed forward like a swarm of bees, carried Su Xiaoma and ran towards the medicine hall. Sect leader. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. What happened to junior brother Su? Jun Changxiao, who had just adapted to the sound of the cannons, tilted his ears and shouted, What did you say? This was a temporary loss of hearing due to the vibrations. It was not just him. Xiao Ziji also lost his hearing. This situation lasted for more than half a day. The disciples had to shout when they talked to the 2 of them. Of course, the power of the field cannon was still very terrifying. The mountain 40 li away was not only blown to pieces, but it also created a circular crater that was hundreds of zhang wide. How was this a cannon? It was almost comparable to a missile. After Jun Changxiao's ears recovered, he stood at the edge of the crater and grinned. Why should I be afraid of Xinjiang County? He had absolute confidence that if he fired the cannon, it would definitely scare the army of Xinjiang County to the point of wetting their pants. The field cannon was very powerful, but its weakness was also obvious. It was too loud. If it was set up in the city, the sound of the cannon could make the people without cultivation vomit blood. It can be used to deter the enemy. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is better not to use it. Jun Changxiao murmured. With the powerful field cannon, he was originally worried about how to face sect leader Jun of Xinjiang County. However, he immediately relaxed. With the Italian cannon in hand, "You guys are coming." After a routine cultivation, Sect leader June returned to the study and found that the little dragon was still sleeping. This made him certain that the little fellow had hibernated for the second time. "I wonder what changes it will undergo when it wakes up?" After the first hibernation, the little dragon's body was much bigger. It could even activate its battle form and directly oppress the rank 2 Martial King Jiangya. Jun Changshao was looking forward to the little dragon's second awakening. Schwa. He opened the shop again. Jun Changshao continued to flip through the book. His luck this time wasn't too good. The only useful item was the Italian cannon. There were no martial techniques, equipment, or recipes. The system was speechless. A powerful field cannon that can help the host fight the army of Xinjiang County head-on is called bad luck? Jun Changshao ignored it and continued browsing. When he saw the last item, his eyes lit up. It was a very ordinary sackcloth bag with the words "Weapon Dispelling Qiankuan Bag" written on it. He clicked on the description. Item: Weapon Dispelling Qiankuan Bag. Description: a special summoning treasure. There are spirit beans in it. After using it, one can transform the beans into soldiers. Advantage: it can store 100,000 spirit beans. Not only can it transform into soldiers, but it can also be boiled, stewed, or fried. It tastes very good. Disadvantage: the spirit beans can transform into soldiers. If the user dies, there will be one less spirit bean used. Price: 1,000 contribution points. Grade: Saint rank, high. Jun Changshao said in surprise. This seems pretty good too. It's not just good. The system said, it's practically tailor-made for the host's current dangerous situation. Jun Changshao's biggest problem now was Xinjiang County and the 2 fourth-rate sections. Shi Jingxian could deal with the sects with her help, but they couldn't fight against a colossus like Xinjiang County. Now that he had the field cannon and the weapon-dispelling Qiankuan bag, he could definitely use them to wrestle with Xinjiang County. As for the various ways to eat spirit beans in the description, unless one's brain was kicked by a donkey, they would definitely not try them. Sect leader Jun spent 1,000 contribution points to buy the weapon-dispelling Qiankuan bag. Then, he opened the shop and spent 500 contribution points to buy 5 AK-47s that were on cooldown. It was very difficult for guns to cause substantial damage to high-level experts, but if the disciples were equipped with them, they would be very effective against the army of Xinjiang County. I have no more contribution points. Looking at the remaining 1,000 points, Sect leader Jun suddenly felt a sense of insecurity. P.S. Go Z is begging for vote. Chapter 481. After buying Jie Bing's Qiankuan bag, Jun Changshao took it out. This thing was similar to a numbing bag, but there was a space inside it. It was similar to a spatial item and stored many fingernail-sized spirit beans. Can it be eaten? He took out one and held it in his hand. Jun Changshao's eyes flashed with surprise as he sensed the faint spiritual energy that permeated the air. There were only 100,000 spirit beans. If there were any casualties, every spirit bean used would be one less spirit bean. Sect leader Jun would definitely not be willing to eat them. The system said, maybe it has a miraculous effect. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, if you want to use it, you have to use it on the blade. It's a waste to eat it. How can it be used on the blade? In his opinion, if the Xinjiang County led an army, he would use the beans to create soldiers and fight them to the end. However, how powerful would the soldiers be if they were made from beans? Jun Changshao went to the training ground of the Wolf Rider Hall. He stood on the mountain peak and took out Jie Bing's Qiankuan bag. What is the sect leader doing? The members of the Wolf Rider Hall who appeared on the training ground looked up with puzzled faces. Is he here to check on our training? Everyone, you must perform well. Don't disappoint the sect leader. Okay. Everyone shouted in unison, their eyes shining with excitement. During the period when the battle exemption card was in effect, they had persisted in cultivating and training. Not only had their realms increased, but their coordination had also become more and more perfect. Now, the 1,000 wolf riders had an average cultivation of a 7th grade martial master. There was still a month before the battle exemption card expired. At this speed, they could reach the 9th grade martial master level. They could break through so quickly because Jun Changshao gave them a lot of qi-gathering pills and natural spirit stones. In short, in order to face the upcoming storm, they had to use all their resources to create the strongest wolf rider hall. Magic beans to create soldiers. Jun Changshao stood on the mountain peak and shouted. Then, he used his mind to control Jie Bing's Qinkuan bag. With a wave of his hand, spirit beans flew out. What is that? The members of the Wolf Rider Hall were dumbfounded. Bang! 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 The spirit beans made contact with the ground, producing a light sound. Thick white smoke rose and covered the area. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew, and the smoke dissipated. The members of the Wolf Rider Hall widened their eyes. Tens of thousands of soldiers wearing bright white armor and holding long weapons appeared out of thin air. Their figures were straight and their gazes were cold. They gave off the feeling of divine soldiers and heavenly generals. Jun Changshao was stunned. The martial Dao aura emitted by the soldiers transformed from spiritual beings was actually at the martial master level. The most coquettish thing. Sect leader Jun could feel that he could control it as he pleased. Turn! He muttered in his heart. The 10,000 soldiers standing below turned around in unison and faced the mountain he was on. Their actions were so synchronized that they looked like guards of honor who had undergone strict training. Xuerengui walked over and asked in surprise, Sect leader, where did these soldiers come from? Jun Changshao did not explain. Instead, he smiled and said, It's all right? Very strong. Xuerengui said seriously. Very strong was not referring to the cultivation of the soldiers, but from the way they stood and moved, it was obvious that they had received very professional training. Come. Jun Changshao said heroically, You command the Wolf Rider Hall, and I command these soldiers. Let's have a military exercise. Xuerengui nodded. On the training ground, 1,000 wolf riders stood in the west, while 10,000 spiritual being soldiers stood in the east. The two sides were facing each other. Shua! Xuerengui waved the war flag. Zhongyi shouted and led the members to charge over on the hurricane wolves. These 2 months of training were indeed remarkable. The strength of the wolf riders was definitely much stronger than before. If they were to fight with the Tiger Army commanded by Tao Yuan again, let alone 30,000, even 50,000 would be easily crushed. Attack! With a thought, Jun Changshao issued an order. Ta! 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 Under the control of the 10,000 spiritual being soldiers, they all held spears and strode forward. During the process, they changed continuously and finally formed an arc-shaped square formation. This! Xuerengui was dumbfounded. A team of 10,000 people could change frequently and finally arrange a formation suitable for fighting against cavalry. This was incredible! If it were him, he would definitely not be able to do it. No matter how perfect the cooperation was, it would take time to complete. There would be continuous changes during the movement and it was easy to make mistakes, causing the formation to become messy. Jun Changshao could do something that a 5-star general could not do. This was because although the 10,000 spiritual being soldiers seemed to be humans, they were in fact marionette. As long as he had a thought, they would strictly execute the next action. Standing on the mountain peak and looking down, not only could he perfectly control the 10,000 soldiers, but he could also make the most timely arrangements according to the enemy's situation. Xuerengui had to use the war flag to coordinate the overall situation. On the other hand, Jun Changshao seemed to be playing a strategy game. He could control the soldiers with a click of the mouse. There was no comparison at all. Shush! Shush! Zhongyi led the members and charged over. They did not use weapons. Instead, they used self-slash, forming dense crescent-shaped flowing light. As this was a military exercise, they did not need to use their true abilities and their powers were suppressed. However, thousands of flowing lights blasted the spiritual being soldiers who were moving forward. There were only chaotic sounds and it could not stop them from moving forward. It felt as if they were an iron bastion. Jun Changshao said in surprise, "Is their defense that high?" These soldiers could move according to his thoughts. Could they use martial arts? At the thought of this, he quickly evolved the self-slash movement in his sea of consciousness. Shush! Shush! The 10,000 soldiers put away their weapons. Under the command of their master, they raised their left hands and used self-slashes. "Oh no!" Zhongyi shouted, "Put up the shields!" Shush! Shush! The wolf riders lifted their iron shields and instantly endured the bombardment of tens of thousands of self-slashes. For a moment, the spiritual force of the training ground was overflowing and dust was flying. The spiritual being soldiers were only martial masters. The self-slash was not very powerful, and it did not affect the members of the Wolf Rider Hall. However, this made Jun Changshao overjoyed. Under his control, they could use martial arts. They could use martial arts. They were not spiritual being soldiers. They were simply his doppelgangers. The system said, the host can control the spiritual being soldiers at will. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are doppelgangers. Ah! Jun Changshao raised his head and laughed. He could control them at will and use all kinds of martial arts. If he were to go to the battlefield, he would not be afraid of Xinjiang County. Not to mention, there were still 90,000 spiritual beings in Jiebing's Qiankuan pouch. If these spiritual being soldiers were to line up outside Qingyang City, they would not be afraid even if they were to face hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. Suppressing his excitement, Sect leader Jun continued to control the spiritual being soldiers to fight with the Wolf Riders. Because of their strong defense and the ability to use martial arts, they were able to suppress the Wolf Riders in a head-on confrontation. This battle lasted for an hour. Zhong Yi and the members of the Wolf Rider Hall were extremely depressed. The spiritual being soldiers also knew the martial arts that they knew. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. They did not have any advantage at all. The most shocked person was Tao Yuan, who was watching the battle from afar. He had seen the strength of the Wolf Rider Hall. However, he never expected that there would be such an elite division of 10,000 people in the sect. If the county chief intends to attack Qingyang County, it will be difficult for us to win if Iron Bones joins the battle. Tao Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, he was praying in his heart that Xinjiang County did not intend to swallow Qingyang County. Otherwise, as a disciple of the sect and a general of the county, he would be in a difficult position. Unfortunately, Tao Yuan, who had lost his memory, did not know that Xinjiang County had already planned to swallow Qingyang County. Moreover, he had sent an army to fight. Chapter 482. Sect Master. Shuirengui exclaimed, "These soldiers are like heavenly soldiers." Jun Changshao said, "If we have more soldiers, what are our chances of winning against Xinjiang County? If we have about 100,000 well-trained soldiers, we might not be able to fight Xinjiang County head-on, but we can definitely defend Qingyang City." Shuirengui said seriously. "Is that so?" Jun Changshao laughed. The soldiers transformed from spirit beings could be controlled at will and could even use martial technique. They were definitely very powerful and gave him more confidence to fight Xinjiang County head-on. "Continue to train the Wolf Rider Hall. Don't slack off," Jun Changshao ordered. "Yes." Shuirengui was very puzzled. Tao Yuan was captured and Iron Bone joined. Why was there no movement from Xinjiang County? He didn't know that it was because of the battle exemption token. After returning to the sect, Sect Master Jun continued to cultivate. He had to break through to second-grade sword and martial king within a month. At this moment, he was not worried at all, nor was he conflicted at all. He was even looking forward to Zhenyang County leading the army and killing them. He wanted to show them what a real elite army was. 1 month later, the battle exemption token lost its effect. Zhenyang County gradually recovered their paused memories. Strange. In the secret chamber of the Spirit Stream Sect, Wu Huang, who had just returned, was puzzled. Why am I in the sect? When the chaotic memories gradually came back to him, he suddenly remembered that he was ordered by the Patriarch to go to Qingyang County and find the murderer of Zhuang Yong. However, when he used the power of heaven and earth to form a giant hand and was about to kill him, a stream of light came down from the sky. Then, the more Wu Huang thought about it, the clearer it became. The more he thought about it, the more his hair stood on end. At that time, the power that came down was very terrifying. It was so terrifying that he was like a weak ant. When he Wudi appeared from the void, his cultivation was still rapidly degenerating. Even so, it was still not something a martial king of the falling star continent could contend against. This Spirit Stream Sect expert should be glad that when the other party fell, his cultivation had greatly degenerated. Otherwise, he would have definitely died on the spot. That looks like a person. Could it be the reinforcements that guy invited? Or perhaps there are even stronger existences in Zhenyang County. Wu Huang looked fearful. Grand Elder. At this moment, the Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect transmitted his voice. Please come to the main hall quickly. It turned out that Wu Huang was the Grand Elder of the Spiritual Stream Sect. No wonder his cultivation was so strong. In the main hall, the Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect, who was in his 70s, sat at the head of the table. There was anger on his aged face. There were also many elders seated in the lower seat. However, there was still a slight gap between their strength and the upper echelons of Miao Hua Palace. Patriarch! Elder Shui and Elder Zhuang died in the Azure Sun County. They must be severely punished, an elder said with a cold face. Another elder said coldly, although we don't know who did it, since he died in Azure Sun County, let the entire county be buried with him. The death of 2 martial kings infuriated the upper echelons of the Spirit Stream Sect. Just as they were filled with righteous indignation, the Grand Elder walked in. Everyone stood up and saluted him. Patriarch. The Grand Elder sat down and said solemnly, I'm afraid there's an expert with unfathomable strength in Zhenyang County. Everyone was surprised. The Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect asked, Why do you say that? The Grand Elder hurriedly reported that he was attacked in the wilderness. The Patriarch and elders fell silent. Even a martial emperor would not be able to dodge this sudden attack. His strength must be terrifying. Could it be Wu Xing? The Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect frowned. The Grand Elder shook his head and said, It's hard to say. Just as the Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect was about to speak, a disciple walked in and said, Patriarch, there's a letter from the county governor. He hurriedly took the letter and opened it. After reading it, he said in a deep voice, The county governor wants to attack Azure Sun County. He wants the Spirit Stream Sect to send people with him. Without hearing the Grand Elder's words, everyone would definitely agree. Now that there was a suspected expert at Wu Xing's level in Azure Sun County, everyone hesitated. Sigh. The Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect sighed and said, Since the Spirit Stream Sect is betting on Zhenyang County, we naturally have to cooperate. He said, Third Elder, Fourth Elder, bring a few hundred disciples with you. Yes. The Third Elder and Fourth Elder accepted the order and led the disciples down the mountain. As for the Grand Elder, he chose to continue cultivating in seclusion because he was afraid of the expert who ambushed him. From the looks of it, He Wudi had not only saved sect leader Jun but also successfully restrained an expert at Wu Huang's level. After the battle exemption token lost its effect, the people of Zhenyang County naturally remembered Tao Yuan's defeat and capture. Huayang County and Heyang County had been conquered, and Azure Sun County had lost a talented young general and an elite division. It was definitely difficult for them to accept. The county governor immediately ordered to mobilize 300,000 soldiers to attack Azure Sun County. Not only did he notify the Spirit Stream Sect, but he also notified the Duanshui Pavilion. They also sent 2 Martial King elders and a few hundred disciples. 2 days later, everyone gathered in a certain city in Heyang County. The 300,000 soldiers and many experts majestically charged toward Azure Sun County. Sect leader. In Iron Bone, Li Luochu received the news and said with a frown, Xinjiang County's army will arrive at Azure Sun City in 3 days. They're finally here. Jun Changshao hurriedly dispatched the Wolf Rider Hall and disciples to Iron Bone City as quickly as possible. As for Tao Yuan, who had recovered his memories, he locked himself in a room with a complicated gaze. I was captured. I became a disciple of Iron Bone. Who can tell me what's going on? Jun Changshao knew that Tao Yuan needed time to accept reality, so he did not disturb him. He left the sect's matters to Li Luochu and headed toward Azure Sun City. Sect leader Jun, on the city gate tower, Shi Jingxian said in surprise, "Your aura seems to be stronger than before." In the past month, Jun Changshao had been cultivating in seclusion, relying on enough natural spirit stones and qi gathering pills. He finally entered the second stage from the first stage. Before coming to Azure Sun City, he specially went to the training room to test his strength. His punch was 4 million jin. Every time a superior martial king broke through one stage, his strength would increase by 500,000 jin. This guy directly reached 1 million jin. It could be said that he was quite valiant. The system once said, "The host is strong enough to fight an advanced peak martial king." It was understandable for a lower level to fight against someone of a higher level. As a martial king, he was able to fight against a martial king at the peak of the martial king realm. This was the sword martial king. This was the dual spirit core. Cultivation was much slower than normal martial cultivation, but as long as it increased, even if it was only by one stage, it would be even more explosive. Jun Changshao scratched his head and said, "Recently, I have a new understanding of martial arts. My strength has increased a little." "Only a little?" Shi Jingxian asked suspiciously. She, who could not see the light with her eyes, was very sensitive in her mind. "Palace Master Shi," Jun Changshao said, "I have received news that Xinjiang County has sent 300,000 soldiers. There are also experts from 2 sects accompanying them." He would not tell her about his breakthrough. After all, it had only been a few months since he became a dual martial king. If he advanced by another stage, it would definitely arouse unnecessary suspicion. Such a large force? Shi Jingxian pondered for a while and said, "Sect Master Jun, my Miaohua Palace can help your sect with the 2 sections. As for the 300,000 soldiers, there is nothing I can do." Jun Changshao said, "Palace Master Shi only needs to hold back the experts from the 2 sections. Leave the rest to my Iron Bone." Xinjiang County is a large county that is good at fighting. Sect Master Jun, are you confident that you can fight against them? Shi Jingxian asked curiously. Jun Changshao put his hands behind his back and looked at the battlefield outside. His eyes were cold as he said, "Not only am I confident, but I will also make those who invade my Azure Sun City pay the most painful price." His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. It could be seen that in the near future, there would be a world-shocking battle of slaughter. Chapter 483. A few days later, the famous general of southwest Yangzhou, by Ruihu, led the White Tiger Army and arrived at Qingyang City. What did it mean to have 300,000 soldiers? Looking from the tower of Qingyang City, it was like a wave that couldn't be retreated. These soldiers cultivated martial arts. When they released their cultivation, it was as if they could shake half of the sky. Although the people in the city didn't see the army, they trembled in fear when they felt the cold aura from afar. In front of this battle-hardened army, ordinary people were like weeds. Even Xie Guangquan, who was standing on the tower, couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw the soldiers. If Sect leader Jun wasn't in charge of guarding the city, he wouldn't have the courage to face such a huge army. Xuerengui was calm. As a 5-star general, he had seen millions of soldiers, let alone 300,000. Tisk tisk. Su Xiaoma sat on the city wall and grinned. It looks scary. There are so many soldiers. If we go in and kick them, we can definitely kill many of them. Li Fei's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He wanted to rush into the army and use his golden right leg to kill to his heart's content. Crack! Tianqi clenched his fist and said, I can't wait. For the past 3 months, they had been cultivating with spirit stones and energy-gathering pills. They had improved a lot and wanted to test their strength on the soldiers of Xinjiang County. Xuerengui wasn't afraid because he had seen the world. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei weren't afraid because they had been trained to be brave. Even if they were in a desperate situation, they wouldn't change their expressions. This was the Iron Bone Sect's disciples. This was the Iron Bone Sect. Those standing on the tower weren't just the inner disciples. There were also outer disciples, such as Song Xianzhou, Lin Jianghang, Li Tiantian, Cui Bujian, Sima Zhongda, and others. Other than a small group of disciples who were in charge of daily affairs, everyone who could come was here. He Wudi was here too. He was now a grade 6 martial master. He had lost his memories 3 times and had even wasted 3 times of his cultivation. To be able to reach such a level in just over a month, as expected of the final disciple of unyielding sect. As for our sect leader Jun, he was still lying on the city gate tower with a charming smile on his face. I didn't expect Xinjiang County to send so many people. Looking at the large army outside, Zhang Sun Fanghua frowned. In her opinion, the reason why Xinjiang County sent such a large army over was to take over Azure Sun County and expand their territory. Leng Xingyue said indifferently, even if we can hold back 2 fourth-rate sects, Iron Bone will definitely not be able to defend Azure Sun City. Shi Jingxian smiled and said, Elder Ling, don't jump to conclusions. Although the Iron Bone sect couldn't be compared to the Xinjiang County, she still trusted Sect Master Jun more. Outside the city, Bai Ruihu, who was dressed in battle armor, rode a tall horse and stood in the middle of the army. His eyes were sharp. He was the highest commander of the White Tiger Legion and one of the 10 great generals of southwest Yangzhou. He definitely had a strong aura of a veteran. A general of the same rank as Tao Yuan looked at the row of Iron Bone disciples on the city gate tower and sneered, defending the city with so few people, are you looking down on our White Tiger Legion? General Tao is the same. The young general beside him said indifferently. He actually lost to such a low-grade city and even became a captive. In my opinion, someone said, General Tao has probably surrendered. Tao Yuan was the youngest general in the White Tiger Legion and was very talented in military affairs. Naturally, many people didn't like him. Now that he was a captive and there was no news of him, they would definitely hit him while he was down. Even Bai Ruihu, who was furious on the surface when he heard that Tao Yuan lost the battle and was captured, was actually relieved. Recently, the county governor admired this person very much. This made him very worried that Tao Yuan would replace him in the future. Now that Tao Yuan lost the battle and became a captive, it would be difficult for the county governor to put him in an important position. As expected, just as Xuerengui said, Bai Ruihu was a narrow-minded person. Tao Yuan was a rising star in the military world. Even if he didn't lose to Jun Changshao, he would definitely be obstructed by Bai Ruihu in the future. General Bai, the 3rd elder of the Spirit Stream sect, walked over and said with a serious expression, the one standing in front of the city gate tower is the palace master of Miao Hua Palace. Bai Ruihu said in surprise, A fourth-rate sect in Tianjin County? Why is she in Qingyang City? The third elder said, maybe she's a helper from Qingyang County. Humph. Bai Ruihu sneered and said, could it be that Miao Hua Palace wants to get involved in a secular war? What he said. As if the Spirit Stream Sect and Duanshui Pavilion weren't involved in a secular war. The third elder said solemnly, Miao Hua Palace's strength is not to be underestimated, especially that young new palace master. She's even called an extraordinary woman. Although the Spirit Stream Sect and Miao Hua Palace were of the same level, their overall strength was much weaker. Not to mention, standing next to Shi Jingxian were two peak martial kings. If the martial kings sent by the Spirit Stream Sect and Duanshui Pavilion dared to clamor in front of the city gate, they could teach them a lesson in a matter of minutes. This time, the true Yang County had sent experts from the two sects to intimidate them with their strength. In the end, the other side had an even stronger existence, so it was meaningless. Bai Ruihu didn't care. These martial kings were just icing on the cake. To truly take down Qingyang City and the entire Qingyang County, he still had to rely on his own army. Thank you, Governor. He channeled his energy into his dantian and shouted, for the sake of the people in the city, you should give up resisting. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light shot toward him. The fourth elder of the Spirit Stream Sect flew up and formed a defensive wall in front of him, blocking the bullet. What kind of hidden weapon was that? The fourth elder landed and stabilized his body. His eyes were filled with surprise. If he hadn't fully activated his spiritual senses, he wouldn't have been able to accurately capture the stream of light with his naked eye, let alone form a defensive wall to block it. On the sentry post, Xiao Ziji put down his AWM sniper rifle and shook his head helplessly. With a martial king around, it would be difficult for him to hurt the enemy. Jun Changshao stood up from the roof and said with a smile, "Listen up, Green Sun City is now under the protection of my Iron Bone faction." Iron Bone? Bai Ruihu and the other generals sneered. The fourth elder of the Gui Yuan sect said in a deep voice, "A mere Iron Bone dares to get involved in a secular war. What a joke." Jun Changshao flew out with the cloud-treading steps and landed in front of the army of 300,000. He pointed at the martial king and said, "Old man, you seem to be looking down on Iron Bone. Come, come, let's fight." One person declaring war in front of so many people. How arrogant was that? The fourth elder of the Gui Yuan sect said in disdain, "Me? Are you the sect master of Iron Bone, Jun Changshao?" Just as he finished speaking, his expression changed. That was because the young man was emitting a special aura, which turned into a powerful pressure and pressed down on him. The fourth elder wanted to dodge, but under the pressure of Ling Jian's sword, not only did his movements slow down, he was also gradually frozen in place. In the end, he couldn't move at all. "Old man." Jun Changshao raised his hand and a red light gathered at his fingertip. He said coldly, "This is the result of looking down on Iron Bone." Whoosh! The 7 mysterious sunglow break was used and shot out in a beam of light. No, the fourth elder of the Ling Yuan sect was shocked. "Pucci!" But just as he shouted a word, his chest was mercilessly pierced through by the red beam of light. His thoughts and sea of consciousness were cut off and his eyes dimmed. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue's eyes were filled with disbelief. Bai Ruihu and the other experts from the two sects also widened their eyes. Rank 2 Martial King. He was insta-killed by him just like that? P.S. Please vote. Chapter 484. The noisy fourth elder of the Spirit Stream sect was killed by Jun Changshao's 7 profound sunglow break. Bai Ruihu and the others widened their eyes. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue, who were standing on the city gate tower, were stunned. That guy killed a rank 2 martial king too easily. There was nothing they could do. Under the suppression of the sword aura, the fourth elder of the Spirit Stream sect couldn't dodge or resist. He could only stand there and wait for death. When Jun Changshao first used the sword aura in the Blue Mountain sect, he could only barely restrain a martial king. Now that his cultivation had improved and his understanding of the way of the sword had deepened, when facing a low-level martial king, his chi domain was comparable to Wu Huang's. Plop! The fourth elder of the Spirit Stream sect fell to the ground. Elder Wang. The third elder of the Spirit Stream sect glared at Jun Changshao with a strong killing intent in his eyes. You have a problem with that? Jun Changshao said, Come, let's fight. Arrogant. Arrogant. The third elder of the Spirit Stream sect said in a deep voice, Kid, you killed people of the Spirit Stream sect. We won't rest until you die. Although he was angry, he was more rational. To be able to kill the fourth elder, this kid was very strong. If he blindly accepted the challenge, it would be dangerous. Therefore, he could only threaten him. Jun Changshao shrugged and said indifferently, It's not like I haven't killed them before. Do you think I'm afraid? It's not like I haven't killed them before. The third elder of the Spirit Stream sect was stunned. Then, he remembered something and said in surprise, Elder Shui and Elder Zhuang were killed by you? Jun Changshao was surprised. You don't know. In his opinion, his identity should have been exposed since he was chased by Wu Huang of the Spirit Stream sect. That was why he flew out and killed the fourth elder. Anyway, there was a grudge between them. Since he had already killed two, it didn't matter if he killed one more. In fact, the Spirit Stream sect didn't know who the murderer was. Although the Grand Elder had seen him, he didn't know his true identity. The two martial kings of the Duanshui Pavilion were also angry and murderous. An elder and many disciples of their sect went to the Blue Mountain sect with the Spirit Stream sect and never returned. They must have been killed by him. The three martial kings glared at him angrily. Jun Chang laughed and said, You're so angry. How about this? He paused and said, Don't say that I'm bullying you. The three of you can come at me together. One person challenging three martial kings? How arrogant! Arrogant! The anger in the eyes of the elders of the two sects burned even brighter. As the king of martial Dao, he would definitely find it hard to accept being looked down upon by a junior. Elder Zhang, Elder Zhao. The third elder of the Spirit Stream sect said in a low voice, Since Sect Master Jun has said so, it would be rude of us to not accompany you. Not bad. Duanshui Pavilion's Elder Zhang said, If Sect Head Jun insists on fighting 1 against 3, we must accompany you to the end. Jun Changshao was able to instantly kill a rank 2 martial king. None of them had the confidence to fight him one-on-one. However, if they were to fight him together, they would have a very high chance of winning. Shwa! 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 The three of them flew out and landed in front of the formation. Then, they unleashed their martial king cultivation. Whoosh! Whoosh! A thick and heavy aura instantly filled the battlefield, causing Xie Guangquan, who was on the city gate tower, to tremble. Zhang Sun Fanghua said coldly, 1 against 3 martial kings. That brat is truly arrogant. Ling Xingyue said, although his strength is not bad, he's too young and impetuous. Shi Jingxian smiled and said, I feel that Sect Master Jun dares to fight 1 against 3. He's a man of iron and unyielding character. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue were silent. It seemed that the palace master was truly infatuated with that guy. No matter what he did, she believed it to be right. Facing the 3 martial kings who unleashed their cultivation, Jun Changshao asked inwardly with a calm expression, What's the strength of these 3 people? The system said, 1 rank 5 martial king and 2 rank 3 martial kings. If that's the case, they're equivalent to rank 11 martial kings, Jun Changshao thought to himself. System. Adding up the other party's cultivation level, this was too strange. Sect Master Jun, the Spirit Stream sect's third elder said coldly, Can we begin? With so many people watching and 3 against 1, he had to pay attention to his demeanor to prevent others from gossiping behind his back. Let's begin. Jun Changshao said with his hands behind his back. "I'll let you guys make the first move." This was truly arrogant. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue, who were already unhappy with him, rolled their eyes. They secretly thought that such an arrogant junior would fall sooner or later. There was no need for sooner or later. Now was the time. If 3 martial kings joined forces, they would definitely be able to beat him to a pulp. The Spirit Stream Sect's third elder's eyes flickered with anger. He exchanged glances with the 2 Duanshui Pavilion's third elder and then used their respective martial skills. Immediately, multicolored spiritual energy gathered. Whoosh! The spiritual energy surged and the wind howled. 3 martial kings working together could be said to be extremely powerful. The White Tiger Corps soldiers standing at the front line had fear in their eyes. Then, they unconsciously retreated more than 10 steps. They were worried that they would be affected by the aftershocks and die an unnatural death. Since ancient times, there had been many little ghosts who had suffered because of a fight between immortals. "Go!" the third elder of the Spirit Stream Sect shouted. At the same time, he rushed over using his movement technique. His fists were infused with spiritual energy and instantly blasted out dozens of punches in the air. Hidden Tyrant Fist. Supreme Grade Fist Technique. Whoosh whoosh. The densely packed fist shadows formed a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas as they pressed forward. As soon as the Spirit Stream Sect's third elder made his move, the 2 Duanshui Pavilion's third elder also quickly stepped forward. Then, they gathered spiritual energy in 2 directions and blasted it. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 vigorous energies turned into streams of light like saber energy. This was Duanshui Pavilion's unique martial skill, Water Drawing Saber. Although its level was not as high as the Hidden Tyrant Fist, it was still a rather rare spiritual energy martial skill. Boom! 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 The densely packed fist imprints first blasted towards Jun Changshao. Under the energy explosion, a cloud of mist immediately rose up. Following that, the 2 saber-drawing water-breaking swords swept up a cloud of dust that covered the sky. Hiss! Many soldiers sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were to resist this kind of power, they would definitely be blasted into meat paste. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue both shook their heads. 3 different martial techniques came from 3 different directions, but that guy actually stood in the same place without moving. Did he think that he could use the spiritual energy wall to resist it? A 5th-grade martial king and 2 3rd-grade martial kings. The power they erupted with was at least 6 to 7 million jin. Even a peak martial king might not be able to resist it. Gradually, the dust dissipated. Jun Changshao's figure gradually appeared. Still standing there? Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Even if the spiritual energy wall could resist the bombardment of 3 martial kings, it should at least take a few steps back, right? What did he mean by standing there? Whoosh! A gust of wind blew away the thin mist, and they could clearly see that Jun Changshao was not only standing in the same place, but he was also wearing a scarlet armor. He had an imposing appearance and was extraordinarily mighty. This, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue were stunned. They looked at the armor on Jun Changshao's body and couldn't be sure for a moment. Was it an equipment or a treasure? Chapter 485. The combined attack of 3 martial kings was very powerful. However, Jun Changshao's spirit armor had an extremely high defense, so it was able to withstand all of the attack. Because of his mood, he even turned into a scarlet-red color. It was simply too bright. The 3 martial kings from the 2 sects frowned. They knew that this child was strong and used his trump card right from the start. However, not only did it not injure him, it did not even push him back. This was very damaging to their pride. Swoosh! Jun Changshao raised his hand and smiled. It's my turn to make a move. Whoosh! The special energy in the world was extracted and condensed into a scarlet ball of light in his palm. The armor was scarlet red. The attribute was also scarlet red. At that moment, Sect leader June was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. The three martial kings' expressions changed greatly. Just now, Elder Wang's chest was directly penetrated by this energy. He's using the 7 profound sunglow break again? He Wudi, who was on the city wall, thought. This move consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Isn't he afraid of exhausting himself? No. Dual core drive, sufficient energy. Jun Changxiao's palm was aimed at Duanshui Pavilion's Elder Sunday. At that moment, beads of sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. A rank 2 martial king was instantly killed by this move. Although he was a rank 3 martial king, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Pa! Elder Zhang strode over and placed his hands on Elder Sun's back. He shouted, "You and I will form a formation together." Okay. Elder Sun quickly formed a seal. Whoosh whoosh. The surging spiritual energy and Elder Zhang's spiritual energy converged together and instantly formed a solid defensive barrier in front of them. Double seal formation. Zhang Sun Fanghua said. Leng Xingyue said, "This seems to be a mid-rank defensive martial skill." Yes. Zhang Sun Fanghua said, "That guy might not be able to move it." Break. At that moment, Jun Changxiao disdainfully said. Whoosh! A scarlet beam of light suddenly shot out from his palm and hit the defensive barrier at an extremely fast speed. Bang! In an instant, the defensive formation created by the 2 rank 3 martial kings was instantly shattered like paper. Poochie! Poochie! The remaining power of the crimson light beam did not diminish, and it directly passed through Elder Sun's left shoulder. Elder Zhang, who was behind him, could not avoid it, and his left shoulder was also pierced through. Breaking the barrier would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The might of this 7 profound sunglow break was truly astonishing. When Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue saw this, their eyes widened again. The 2 of them had come to assist Iron Bone in defending Green Sun City, but in the end, not only had they become a shocking audience, but they had also been slapped in the face time and time again. They were truly pitiful. Hoo-hoo! Right at this moment, a heavy pressure suddenly appeared in the sky. Jun Changxiao raised his head and looked. Clusters of spiritual energy were gathering, as if dark clouds were pressing down on the border. The 3rd elder of the Spirit Stream Sect, who was standing in the distance, raised his hands to the sky. Spiritual energy surged out of his body and surged into the air. After a short period of accumulation, he roared, "Mahayana heaven-destroying palm!" Whoosh! A giant hand emerged from the converging spiritual energy and pressed down from above with rolling airwaves. This aura made everyone suck in a cold breath. It was no exaggeration to say that when the palm pressed down, the sky of Green Sun City became dim. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "Light of a firefly." Ta! He took a step forward and clenched his fist. When the palm was about to press down, he suddenly blasted toward the sky. Bang! 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 After a series of violent explosions, the palm pressing down was directly broken by the overbearing force. Puff! The 3rd elder of the Spirit Stream Sect spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with horror. The Mahayana heaven-destroying palm was his strongest trump card. He had begun to accumulate power when the opponent attacked Duanshui Pavilion's martial king. In the end, it was broken just like that. Shua! Jun Changxiao appeared in front of him with cloud-treading steps and said coldly, "Don't struggle." Whoosh! Whoosh! Once again, the mountain-collapsing earth-shattering fist spread out and immediately launched a storm-like bombardment. The whole process took place in a flash. Only Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue could keep up with Jun Changxiao's movements and the speed of his fists. Bang! 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 Thump! 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 Facing the violent bombardment, the 3rd elder of the Spirit Stream Sect was beaten back repeatedly. His expression was constantly changing, and in the end it was fixed on extreme pain. When sect leader Jun retracted his fist, he had already retreated dozens of steps. When he stabilized his body, he fell to the ground while vomiting blood. The corners of Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xinyue's mouths twitched. Out of the 3 martial kings, 2 were injured and 1 was brutally beaten. This guy's strength was too strong. If the 2 knew that sect leader Jun had not used his full strength, they would be even more shocked. It could be said that, with his current strength, not to mention a 5th-grade martial king, he could even defeat a 7th or 8th-grade martial king. Heavens! City Lord Xie was shocked. Sect leader Jun is simply too terrifying. The iron-boned disciples raised their heads and puffed out their chests. Obviously, they were proud of the strength displayed by their sect leader. Boring. Jun Changshao looked at the stunned Bai Ruihu in the distance and said, "Let's quickly give the order to attack the city." With a wave of his long sleeve, he flew to the city tower. The 3 martial kings from the spiritual stream Sect and Duanshui Pavilion endured their injuries and retreated in a sorry state. Jun Changshao did not intend to take their lives. Otherwise, they would have already become corpses. Sect leader Jun, Bai Ruihu said in a deep voice, "Is the Iron Bone really going to participate in the war and defend Qingyang City to the death?" Although he was shocked by Jun Changshao's strength, according to the rules, martial kings were not allowed to participate in worldly wars. Why? Because the strength of a martial king was too terrifying. They could destroy tens of thousands of soldiers with a wave of their hand. Jun Changshao, who had just landed in front of the city tower, said, "The Iron Bone is here. Qingyang City is here." His voice echoed in the air. The millions of people hiding in the city heard his words, and their trembling hearts were immediately comforted. Sect leader Jun, Xie Guangquan, who was standing at the side, was so moved that he almost cried. He cupped his hands and said, "Qingyang City will remember this kindness in our hearts." Bai Ruihu sneered. "How can a mere sect compete with the mighty army of my Xinjiang County?" Shua. The battle flag was waved. Thousands of soldiers pushed the heavy siege vehicles out. Clearly, the siege was about to begin. Hall Master Shui. Jun Changshao said, "I'll leave this battle to you." Yes. Shuirengue stepped forward and waved the war flag in his hand. The city gates immediately opened and the members of the Wolf Rider Hall rode out on their hurricane wolves. Wolf Riders? Bai Ruihu's eyes were filled with surprise. "That's it?" A general laughed disdainfully. Xinjiang County had 300,000 soldiers, but Iron Bone had sent out 1,000 wolf cavalry soldiers to meet the enemy head-on. The disparity was simply too great. The determination to break through enemy lines, only death awaits. Zhong Yi brandished his overlord's spear and roared, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The hurricane wolves carried the members of the Wolf Rider Hall on their backs and formed a long snake formation as they charged forward. Looking down from above, the Zhenyang County's army was like a boundless ocean, and the wolf cavalry was like a lone boat. However, even though there were only a few of them, the members of the Wolf Rider Hall had a cold gaze as they emitted an unyielding aura. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating your capabilities. Bai Ruihu snorted and waved the war flag in his hand. Ta ta ta. 50,000 Iron Bone cavalry soldiers stood at the front line and gradually formed a formation. Facing 1,000 wolf cavalry soldiers with this number, General Bai was also very cautious. "Kill!" The cavalry general roared. Ta, ta, ta. The 50,000 Iron Bone cavalry soldiers immediately moved. Their horses madly galloped, causing the earth to tremble violently and rolling up a cloud of dust that covered the sky. Shua! Xiao Ziji, who was standing on the sentry tower, raised his Type 88 sniper rifle. One of his eyes was placed on the 8x scope as he decisively pulled the trigger. Pung! 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 The 20 bullets were all used up as they flew past the members of the Wolf Rider Hall and accurately hit each and every one of them. Kill! At the same time, Zhong Yi led his members and charged forward. A battle of cavalry with fewer numbers had officially begun. Chapter 486. Over the past 3 months, the Wolf Rider Hall still had 1,000 members, but their strength had increased significantly. They were all peak martial masters. Sect leader Jun had also spent a lot of money. He had taken out all the natural spirit stones from the mines to help them improve their cultivation. With the help of spirit stones, they could increase their cultivation by 2 levels in Wuzong in a few days. The members of the Wolf Rider Hall were only martial masters. With all kinds of resources, it was easy for them to break through. The cavalry that Tao Yuan had carefully trained had been suppressed before. Now that the overall strength of the Wolf Rider Hall had increased, it was naturally easier for them to fight the 50,000 cavalry of the White Tiger Legion. This was not. Zhong Yi led the way. He was like an invincible sword. Wherever he went, he would kill. He did not give the enemy any chance to survive. Once again, the cavalry that had wanted to surround the Wolf Riders lost 3,000 to 4,000 men. During this time, they had tried to fight back. However, the members of the Wolf Rider Hall were all covered in armor. They were armed to the teeth. They were like a moving iron wall. Kill! Zhong Yi shouted again. Awo! Awo! The hurricane wolves showed their full speed. On the battlefield of Green Sun City, they lined up in the shape of a person, and then in the shape of a line. They were very smug. Pucci, a cavalry soldier, was pierced through the chest by the Overlord's spear. He was then thrown off his horse. As soon as he landed on the ground, the hurricane wolves behind him stepped on him. Kill! Kill! The members of the Wolf Rider Hall shouted angrily. They waved the Overlord's spear in their hands and killed the soldiers one by one. At this moment, life was worthless on the battlefield. After a few rounds, the formation of the tens of thousands of cavalry soldiers was completely disrupted by the Wolf Riders. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. These iron-boned Sect disciples riding hurricane wolves and wearing armor were simply demons that came out from hell. What was more tragic was that not only did they have to face the Wolf Rider Hall, but they also had to face Xiao Ziji, who was standing on the sentry tower. Because every time this guy fired a shot, he would take away a life. Of course, Li Tiantian, who was standing on another sentry tower, was also shooting frequently. Although his skills were still bad, at least he would not hurt his own people. Bai Rui, whose face was very ugly. The Wolf Riders were too strong. Their own cavalry soldiers were being suppressed to the point that they could not fight back. Shua! The battle flag was waved. The remaining 50,000 infantrymen charged forward. The best way to deal with this kind of wolf cavalry was to rely on numbers to suppress them, and then exhaust them until they were completely exhausted. Disciples, heed my command. Jun Changshao, who was standing on top of the city gate tower, shouted, "Go out and meet the enemy." Yes. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei used cloud treading steps and jumped down from the city gate tower, impatiently rushing towards the battlefield. The two of them had long wanted to make a move. Unfortunately, the sect leader did not give any orders. They could only watch as Zhong Yi led his men to slaughter everyone below. Now that he was allowed to make a move, he was like a rabid dog that had escaped from its leash. Shua! Shua! Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, Sima Zhongda, Cui Bujian, and the others also rushed in. All of a sudden, nearly 2,000 iron-boned disciples charged into the battlefield. When they burst forth with their cultivations, Zhang Sun Fanghua exclaimed in disbelief, "They are all peak martial masters." Ling Xinyu widened her eyes and said, "Is this a seventh-rate sect?" "Sorry." Jun Changshao, who was standing next to her, said seriously, "My iron bone is now a sixth-rate sect, not a seventh-rate sect." Ling Xingyu's mouth twitched. Even a sixth-rate sect could not have more than 2,000 peak martial masters. Moreover, the few disciples who charged into the enemy group and slaughtered crazily were all 6th grade or 7th grade Wuzong. If she knew how many natural spiritual stones Iron Bone had absorbed in the past 90 days, she would definitely understand why it had such a powerful realm. Pucci! Pucci! Su Xiaoma and Li Fei relied on their speed and rushed into the enemy first. The cold-edged sword in their hands flashed, and the soldiers fell to the ground one by one. They were really mad dogs. They would bite whoever they saw, showing no mercy. Yang Yuhua, who was the second meat shield, rushed in with her iron shield. She was like a bulldozer, directly dragging dozens of soldiers with her. Long Xiang rushed in with the Overlord's spear in his hand. A cold light flashed first, and then the spear shot out like a dragon, mercilessly killing the surrounding soldiers. Even the seemingly insignificant disciples of Iron Bone, such as Sima Zhongda and Cui Bujian, showed their terrifying killing power when they charged into the enemy group. The 50,000 infantrymen who were about to encircle the wolf cavalry were immediately stopped by the 2,000 Iron Bone disciples. Bang! Bang! The light of my slash flashed, and the landslide fist whistled. All kinds of gorgeous energy exploded at the same time, and the scene was spectacular. In front of the fierce Iron Bone disciples, the white tiger soldiers were like weeds being harvested row by row. Bai Ruehu's expression changed again and again, becoming more and more ugly. In the end, he waved the war flag again, and another 50,000 infantrymen rushed over. You're strong. I'll rely on the human wave tactic to completely crush them. Sect leader. Xuerengui frowned and said, "This is not good." After all, Iron Bone was weak alone, and it was difficult for them to fight against hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Jun Changshao said, "Tell them to retreat." Swoosh. The war flag was waved. Zhong Yi received the order and immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Swoosh. Swoosh. The members of the Wolf Cavalry Hall did not linger and rode the hurricane wolves back to the city. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others also returned to Qingyang City after killing many soldiers. Very soon, only the White Tiger soldiers were left on the battlefield. From the corpses on the ground, at least 20,000 had died in a short period of time. On the side of Iron Bone, due to their powerful strength and excellent equipment, none of their disciples died. Of course, someone was injured. After all, after rushing into the crowd, they would be bombarded by dozens of people if they were not careful. After a long time, they would definitely not be able to hold on. Damn it. Yang Yuhua, who had returned to the city, grimaced and said, "It really hurts." The clothes on his back were all torn, revealing the soft silk armor that was left behind by various weapons and martial arts attacks. Phew! Sima Zhongda gasped for breath and said, "Fortunately, Sect Master told us to retreat in time. Otherwise, we would have been surrounded. Even if we were not killed, we would have been exhausted to death." Zhang Sun Fanghua said indifferently, "Sect Master Jun, although your disciples are strong, there is no hope for them to defend Qingyang City." This was not looking down on Iron Bone, but the truth. Thousands of disciples, even if they were peak martial masters, had a limit. How could they fight against an army of 300,000? Xie Guangquan was also a little worried. The disciples of Iron Bone were already very tired after charging for a round. If Sect Master Jun did not have a backup plan, how could they fight the enemy next? Don't worry, don't worry. Jun Changshao said confidently, "The show has just begun." Xiao Ziji jumped out of the sentry tower, then used the cloud treading steps to walk to the back. After a few ups and downs, he stopped on a hillside outside the city and tore off the weeds, revealing the field artillery that had been prepared long ago. Ka. He controlled the steering wheel, and the muzzle of the cannon turned toward the east city gate. He said telepathically, "Sect Master, the calibration is complete." Jun Changshao did not say anything, but his eyes were fixed outside the city. Ta. The 100,000 soldiers of the White Tiger Army marched forward, and the siege chariots in front opened the way. Facing such a formation, it was really difficult to fight head-on without enough troop. Swoosh! A general raised the war flag and shouted, "Attack! Fire!" At this moment, Jun Changshao transmitted his voice. Xiao Ziji, who was standing in front of the field artillery, pressed the button directly. The muzzle of the cannon suddenly spewed out flames, and thick smoke rose. Boom! The sound of the explosion was transmitted. The walls of Green Sun City trembled, and the buildings in the city creaked from the tremors. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xing Yu's expressions changed. At the same time, an object dragging a stream of light appeared in their field of vision, then drew a beautiful arc and landed in the midst of the Xinjiang County Army that was preparing to attack the city. Boom! The sound of the explosion came from the battlefield, and an extremely strong shock wave was formed. Whoosh whoosh, strong winds blew and thick fog appeared. The elders and disciples of Miao Hua Palace all widened their eyes, and some people's ears even buzzed. Bai Ruihu was even more miserable. Because he was very close to the explosion, he was directly blown off his horse by the shock wave and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His eyes were filled with fear. What is this? It was a cannon. Bang! A cannon! Chapter 487. After the sound of the cannons, the buildings and the ground shook violently as if an earthquake had occurred. The citizens in the city were terrified. Their blood boiled, and their ears buzzed from the sound of the cannons. Jun Changshao had already taken good care of them by setting up the cannons on the mountain outside the city. Otherwise, if the cannons were to be fired in the city, many people would vomit blood and faint from the shock. The citizens were weak, so it was normal for them to not be able to withstand the sound of the cannons. However, the ingenious Flower Palace disciples on the city walls all had decent cultivations. Yet, they were still shocked by the sound of the cannons. Zhang Sun Fanghua and the other elders opened their mouth. Their cultivations were high and could withstand the impact of the sound, but they were stunned by the scene outside the city. There, 100,000 Xinjiang County soldiers were preparing to attack the city. As a streak of light arced down, not only did it cause a huge explosion, but it also caused a mushroom-shaped cloud to rise. What was going on? Could it be that an expert had used an extremely high-level martial technique? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Waves of violent energy rippled out in all directions. The Italian cannons were truly powerful. However, Xiao Ziji also suffered. Even though he had plugged his ears with something, he was still shaken to the point of spinning on the spot. In the end, he sat on the ground dizzily. If it were Su Xiaomao, he would have fallen to the ground and started convulsing again. The aftershock of the explosion gradually dissipated. A crater several hundred feet deep appeared outside Qingyang City. Hiss! Xie Guangquan sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes filled with fear. What shocked and frightened him was not just the crater, but also the tens of thousands of soldiers lying outside the crater. There were many more outside. Some were killed by the aftershock, and some survived by luck. However, all of them were heavily injured and moaned in pain as they lay on the ground. The most terrifying thing was inside the crater. There were shattered pieces of armor and scattered pieces of flesh. Nearly 10,000 soldiers were in the center of the explosion, and not even their corpses were left. Plop! Bai Ruihu, who had just stood up, was so shocked that he sat on the ground again. His eyes were filled with horror. 100,000 soldiers were almost completely wiped out by the explosion. The shock and impact of this was simply too great. The White Tiger Legion soldiers who hadn't participated in the battle were so scared that their scalps were about to explode. Just what was that streak of light that flew over just now? It could produce such a terrifying destructive power. At that moment, everyone in the White Tiger Legion was terrified. The Wolf Riders and Iron Bone disciples had also given them quite a shock, but it was far from being comparable to the cannon. After all, its destructive power was too great. General Bai. On the city gate tower, Jun Changshao asked, "Are you satisfied?" Bai Ruihu was not only very satisfied with the cannon blast, but he was so satisfied that his scalp went numb. Suppressing his fear, he asked in a trembling voice, Is it a martial king or above?" Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue were also considering this question, but in the end, they rejected it because they did not detect any spiritual waves when the stream of light flew over. This meant that there were no experts nearby. Judging from the light just now, it seemed more like a hidden weapon. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "Your Xinjiang County has spirit core-powered throwers, magic explosive crossbows, and siege chariots. My Iron Bone naturally also has ingenious battlefield weapons." Hearing this, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue were sure that the stream of light just now was definitely a hidden weapon. Could it be made of high-level crystal cores to be able to produce such a powerful force? Their guess was right. The cannonballs were indeed condensed from crystal cores. However, the pure energy of crystal cores could not produce such a strong destructive power. It all came from the field cannon. This kind of magically modified Italian cannon could convert energy to produce even higher damage. Bai Ruihu's expression was abnormally ugly. It turned out that Iron Bone had such a powerful trump card. No wonder they could remain so calm in front of his 300,000 soldiers. What should he do? What should he do? Bai Ruihu was bombarded by the cannon and lost his will to fight. To be precise, he became a coward. In an instant, the 100,000 soldiers were killed and injured. Even a 5-star general like Xuerengui would be afraid. Of course. Jun Changshao said, "Just now was just a greeting gift. The real battle has just begun." Swish. He jumped to the roof of the city tower and opened his hands. Buzz. Buzz. On the left and right outside Qingyang City, a stream of light suddenly appeared. Array! Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue looked at each other. Suddenly, they remembered that yesterday, this guy strolled casually outside the city with his hands behind his back and occasionally drew on the ground with a branch. At that time, the two of them thought that this guy was bored out of his mind. Now it seemed that he was not doing boring things, but setting up an array. How is it possible? Zhang Sun Fanghua said in disbelief. Array masters were all serious and careful when setting up arrays. That guy could form an array just by drawing randomly? Yes. It was very easy. Because it was the Chiman 32 array. General Bai. Jun Changshao raised his hand and smiled. Today, I will let you see what an elite army is, what a mighty army is. Clap. His palms were tightly clasped together. Swish. Swish. The isolation array on both sides of the city immediately disappeared. What appeared in everyone's vision were soldiers in armor, with mighty auras and cold gazes. There were a total of 100,000 of them. Sect leader Jun was afraid that if he directly scattered beans into soldiers, it would cause a huge shock and bring unnecessary trouble to himself, so he placed the spirit beans in the isolation array in advance. In this way, no one would think that the soldiers were made of beans. They would only think that he had set up an ambush outside the city in advance. Xie Guangquan was dumbfounded, and then his eyes lit up with excitement. It turned out that sect leader Jun had more than one backup plan. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue frowned and thought to themselves, although these soldiers don't have any martial arts aura, their strength must be extraordinary. Why did they think so? Because they could tell from their aura and eyes. Bai Ruihu, who had been through hundreds of battles, naturally realized it. The other party had extremely lethal war weapons and so many elite soldiers. This was very troublesome. Retreat? As soon as this thought arose, Jun Changshao, who was standing on the city tower, controlled the 100,000 spirit bean soldiers and walked over in an orderly manner. There were 50,000 soldiers on each side, and they gradually surrounded Bai Ruihu's less than 200,000 soldiers. Sect leader Jun is wise and virtuous. He will benefit the common people and unite the world for thousands of years. The Spirit Bean soldiers shouted in unison. Their voices rippled in the sky for a long time. System. For the soldiers to shout such a slogan, it must have been transmitted by Jun Changxiao's thoughts. Did he want to be more arrogant? What do you know? Jun Changxiao said, "This is aura." The system said, "This slogan is Dongfang Boobies." Host, cut off the unnecessary things below, and you will meet the criteria of unite the world for thousands of years. Chapter 488. There were a total of 100,000 Spirit Bean soldiers on the left and right, shouting slogans as they strode forward. Their deep voices resounded in the air and were quite imposing. However, unifying the pugilistic world for thousands of years was a little too arrogant. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue rolled their eyes. A sect master of a sixth-rate sect wanted to unify the pugilistic world. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Shi Jingxian, who had been silent all this while, smiled and said, "Sect Master Jun wants to unify the pugilistic world. What a big goal." Due to her eye disease, her presence was not very strong. However, Shi Jingxian could tell from the voice that the Xinjiang County Army must have suffered a setback. Humans. Jun Changxiao, who was standing on the city gate tower, raised his head 45 degrees and said proudly, "We have to set a big goal. Only then will we have more motivation to work hard." Therefore, this guy spent all his skill points on acting cool. If he could use them to persuade people, how could he still be single? Tisk. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue were disdainful. Humans had to have goals, but they should also recognize themselves and not daydream all day long. On the battlefield, 100,000 Spirit Bean soldiers had already approached. Their aura was like a rainbow, and they shouted slogans that shook heaven and earth. Instantly, the soldiers of the White Tiger Legion were so shocked that their hearts trembled. To be honest, the cannon blast just now had left them with a psychological shadow. Bai Ruihu also knew that their morale was low. If they fought hard, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Shush! He rode his horse with difficulty and shouted, "Retreat!" They were really terrified. Stomp! 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 The soldiers of the White Tiger Legion were not in the mood to fight. After hearing the order, they hurriedly turned around and retreated. "They're retreating! They're retreating!" Xie Guangquan shouted excitedly. The attack of 300,000 soldiers made him prepared to die if the city was still there. Now that the other party had retreated, it was definitely the most satisfactory result. You come and go as you wish. Do you think my Qingyang city is a market? Jun Changxiao sneered and immediately controlled the Spirit Bean soldiers to use the cloud treading steps, blocking the retreat at full speed. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the 100,000 soldiers were like a huge net, surrounding the White Tiger Legion. If they wanted to retreat, they could only kill their way out. Hall Master Shui. Jun Changxiao said, "Have the Wolf Rider Hall assist in the defense." "Yes." Shua. Shuirengue waved his battle flag, and Zhong Yi once again led 1,000 wolf riders and rushed out at top speed. Jun Changxiao said, "Don't just stand there." "Yes." Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the other disciples flew down from the city wall. In an instant, 100,000 Spirit Bean soldiers surrounded the White Tiger Legion on the battlefield outside the city. 1,000 wolf riders and iron bone disciples stood in the outer circle. Jun Changxiao's meaning was simple. Since they were guests, and they had traveled thousands of miles to Qingyang City, as the host, he had to treat them well and make them feel comfortable. "Commander, we've been surrounded," a general in the enemy army said with an unsightly expression. Bai Ruihu said in a deep voice, "Break out." "Yes." The generals immediately mobilized their forces, locked onto a position where they could retreat, and launched an attack. Once the soldiers were scattered, their strength would definitely be limited. However, what made the White Tiger Legion despair was that the 10,000 soldiers in charge of breaking out of the encirclement and the 1,000 spirit bean soldiers at the breakout point were instantly killed. Boom! Boom! The energy of Wachop erupted crazily, and broken limbs flew all over the sky. In just one round, the 10,000 soldiers who broke out of the encirclement were instantly killed. At the same time, the surrounding spirit bean soldiers also began to use Wachop on a large scale. With so many people condensing so many crescent-shaped streams of light, the scene was truly shocking. F***ck. Su Xiaomao, who was standing outside, opened his mouth in shock. It turns out that so many people using Wachop will form such a magnificent scene. Li Fei exclaimed. Shua! Shua! Boom! 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 Jun Changshao controlled the spirit bean soldiers and continuously used Wachop. This was absolutely shameless. So what if it was shameless? As long as they could win on the battlefield, no one would fight openly. Plop! Plop! The soldiers of the White Tiger Corps who were trapped were pitiful targets that could only passively be beaten. Bai Ruihu, who was protected by a few generals, watched his own people fall one by one. His eyes were filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, he only wanted to leave as soon as possible and return to Jinyang County. Whoosh! The streams of light flew over and directly pierced through the generals in front of him. Blood splattered on Bai Ruihu's helmet. Whoosh! 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 Several streams of light flew over one after another. The generals in front of him were all shot and killed. Ah! Bai Ruihu was furious. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure rushed over from the layers of soldiers and then stopped in front of him. He grinned and said, "To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader." Phew! Su Xiaomao moved his body, went to the back, and raised his leg to kick Bai Ruihu's butt. Bai Ruihu's strength was not bad. He had reached the level of 6th grade Wuzong, but he still could not withstand the force of this kick, and was directly kicked into the sky. "Marshal!" all the soldiers exclaimed in unison. "Watch me!" Li Fei tiptoed and used the cloud treading step. He leaped more than 20 feet and then landed on the same level as Bai Ruihu. With a golden hook, he kicked Bai Ruihu out like a ball. "Junior brother Yang, catch him!" "Okay." Ta ta ta. Yang Yuhua, who was standing on the periphery, kept her iron shield and ran toward Bai Ruihu. Finally, when he was about to hit the ground, she caught him with great precision. "Our general has been captured." Xie Guangquan was so excited that he almost jumped up. The soldiers of the White Tiger Corps, who had already lost their will to fight, became even more chaotic when they saw their marshal being captured by the Iron Bone disciples. They were definitely going to be utterly defeated. It would be a piece of cake for Jun Changshao to wipe them all out. However, he passed an order to the spirit bean soldiers. They shouted loudly, "Lay down your weapons and we will spare your lives. Lay down your weapons and we will spare your lives." The voice was like a bell, shocking everyone's mind. The spirit of the White Tiger Corps soldiers immediately collapsed. They threw the weapons in their hands to the ground and raised their hands high. The spirit bean soldiers also stopped their attacks. Of the 200,000 soldiers that were surrounded, 60,000 to 70,000 died in a short time. This killing speed was too fast. No wonder the well-trained and battle-hardened White Tiger Corps soldiers chose to surrender. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Complete Victory. You have received 2,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 3544500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission and triggering the hidden rewards. You have received Saint Grade Aptitude Modifying Liquid X1 and Medial Grade Sect Leader Sphere X1. They have been transferred to the interspatial ring. Defeating 300,000 soldiers and completing the hidden mission. How wonderful! The Saint Grade Aptitude Modifying Liquid and Medial Grade Sect Leader Sphere were also very satisfying. Plop! In the Qingyang City drill ground, Yang Yuhua threw the tied up by Ruihu on the stone platform. This was one of the top 10 generals of southwest Yangzhou. He led an army of 300,000 to attack, but in the end, not only was he defeated, but he was also captured. He was even more miserable than Tao Yuan. General Bai. Jun Changshao walked over and said proudly, "You lost." Bai Ruihu, who was kneeling on the ground, had his head lowered. His eyes were filled with anger and pain. He had led an army for 50 years. Although he had lost many battles, this was the most tragic one. Even if he was ransomed, his career was completely over. Sect Master Jun Xie said, "How should we deal with this person?" Puchi, Jun Changshao took out the cold light sword and directly cut off Bai Ruihu's head. He said indifferently, "Send him to Xinjiang County. Let that ambitious county governor understand the consequences of offending Qingyang County." Xie Guangquan was stunned. Even in his wildest dreams, he had never imagined that Sect Master Jun would so decisively behead a famous general of southwest Yangzhou. Chapter 489. Jun Changshao could have subdued Bai Ruihu, but he still chose to kill him. The reason for doing so was to let the true Yang County governor understand that Azure Sun County was not something that could be easily annexed. Not convinced? Continue to send troops. My Iron Bone sect will accompany you to the end. Sect Master Jun, who had the field cannons and the Qiankuan bag, was now full of confidence. He was not afraid of worldly wars at all. If it wasn't for the sect's development, he might have led the army to attack true Yang County. "This guy is really ruthless," Zhang Sun Fanghua said. Leng Xingyue said indifferently, "Killing the White Tiger Legion's commander is equivalent to completely becoming enemies with true Yang County." Zhang Sun Fanghua said, "True Yang County still has 3 legions. If they really want to be ruthless, they can kill all of them. Let's see how he can defend Azure Sun City." Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, "County Governor Zhua is an ambitious person. He's not a boorish man. The White Tiger Legion's defeat in Azure Sun City must have sounded the alarm for him. Without careful consideration, he won't easily send more troops." This woman saw through things very clearly. She also supported Jun Changshao killing the enemy's commander, because it would be a deterrent and let true Yang County know that although Azure Sun County was small, it was not a pushover. The more Shi Jingxian saw with her mind, the more she had a good impression of Jun Changshao. From the looks of it, she thought to herself, helping him is the right bet. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue were not as complicated as Shi Jingxian thought. The two of them agreed that the Iron Bone sect master was too arrogant. He was still a hothead and would fall sooner or later. Yes. They thought that they would fall when the army of 300,000 attacked. In the end, they were still slapped in the face by reality. The 300,000 soldiers of the White Tiger Legion had suffered heavy casualties. The remaining 100,000 soldiers surrendered and were imprisoned by Xie Guangquan. True Yang County's attack ended in complete defeat. It was not hard to imagine that when this news spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in southwest Yangzhou. Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian smiled and said, "Green Sun City's crisis has been temporarily resolved. Since the sect is busy, this queen will bring the disciples back first. Many thanks for Palace Master Shi's help. Jun will remember this kindness in his heart." Jun Changshao cupped his hands. He still had to deal with the aftermath, so he only sent Shi Jingxian out of the city. Leng Xingyu, who was following them, stopped. She turned around and looked at the city gate tower. She met Elder Wei's gaze, and there was still a faint hatred in her eyes. "Ai." Elder Wei sighed. "Elder Wei," Jun Changshao said, "Elder Leng is still charming. She must have been a great beauty when she was young. Why didn't the two of you reconcile? It would definitely be a good thing if their hall master could develop a better relationship with an elder of Miaohua Palace." Elder Wei shook his head and said, "I'm just an old man with one foot in the grave. How could I possibly burden her? You're still so pessimistic. Jun Changshao was speechless. Elder Wei changed the topic and said with a smile, "The palace master of Miaohua Palace seems to have a good impression of the sect master. If she takes the initiative, there will definitely be something between the two of you." Jun Changshao said, "Didn't you say that I can't be infatuated with romantic relationships if I want to develop the sect?" Elder Wei said, "If it were any other girl, of course you can't be infatuated with her. However, that girl is the sect master of a fourth-rate sect. If you marry her, she will definitely be a good wife for you." "That makes sense." Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "Although this woman is blind, she must have extraordinary means to be able to sit in such a high position. If I marry her and let her manage the sect, won't I be able to roam the world with my sword?" The system was speechless. Marrying a beautiful girl, yet he wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper. If this guy can find a girlfriend, the heavens must be blind. Elder Wei said, "I'm just saying. If the sect master wants to marry the sect master of a fourth-rate sect, it will probably be more difficult than breaking through to martial emperor." Jun Changshao agreed. "I'm very handsome and charismatic. However, why would she abandon such a huge sect and marry into Iron Bone?" The system couldn't take it anymore. Forcing an explanation and praising myself, "This guy's skin is probably thicker than the walls of Qingyang City." On the battlefield outside the city, the corpses had been cleaned up. Although faint traces of blood could still be seen, at least it wasn't as scary as before. "Thank you, City Lord," Jun Changshao said. "I'll pick a batch of the captured soldiers to bring back to Iron Bone. I'll leave the rest to you." Xie Guangquan was dumbfounded. How am I supposed to deal with so many captives? How to deal with them was his problem. After checking the captives, Sect Master Jun brought the disciples of Iron Bone back to the sect. The captives he brought back were all soldiers of the Tiger Army. Iron Bone was still short of more than 2,000 disciples. Since they couldn't recruit any outstanding youths and couldn't poach from other counties, they could only start with these soldiers. They chose the soldiers of the Tiger Army because they were personally trained by Tao Yuan. As long as that guy acknowledged the sect, they would naturally acknowledge him as well. Sect Master Jun's little abacus was very good. However, after returning to the sect, Tao Yuan still locked himself in his room. It could be seen that after being captured, losing his memory and joining Iron Bone was a knot in his heart that couldn't be untied. Creak. The door opened. Jun Changshao walked in and sat on a chair. He crossed his legs and said, "Zhenyang County sent 300,000 soldiers to attack Qingyang City." Tao Yuan, who was facing the wall, was expressionless. "The result," Jun Changshao said, "the commander of the army by Ruihu was killed by me. His head has been sent to Zhenyang County. The White Tiger Army no longer exists." Tao Yuan, whose back was facing him, trembled slightly. After a while, he sighed deeply. However, there wasn't much shock in his eyes. For the past 3 months, he had been living in Iron Bone. Not only did he know that the Wolf Cavalry was brave and skilled in battle, he also witnessed the sect master's use of beans to create soldiers. If such a powerful force was used on the battlefield, it would definitely be successful. Not to mention, Hall Master Shui was extremely proficient in the art of war. Although Bai Ruihu's White Tiger Army had 300,000 soldiers, it wouldn't be easy for them to attack the city. Jun Changshao said, "I'm not showing off to you. I just want to tell you that if my Iron Bone can defeat an army like Zhenyang County, what kind of opponent can't we defeat?" Tao Yuan was silent. Jun Changshao said again, "The door has always been open. You can leave now. I won't force you." Tao Yuan's gaze became complicated. Yes, Iron Bone's door had always been open. He could leave without hesitation. However, he chose to lock himself in his room. This meant that he was struggling in his heart. These days, Tao Yuan admired Shui Rengui and wanted to lead the wolf cavalry. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay. However, his dignity as a soldier restricted him. He couldn't make a decision. Jun Changshao stood up and looked out of the window. He said heroically, "Stay and follow me to conquer the world. We'll sweep through the world and achieve great feat." Tao Yuan was startled. His gaze gradually became filled with battle intent. "I've brought the soldiers you've trained," Jun Changshao said. "They can continue to fight with you. In the future, there will definitely be a place for you in the falling star continent." "No," he said resolutely, "it should be the god of war whose name resounds through the heavens." Sect Master Jun's ability to fool people wasn't just for show. Even Shui Rengue, who was standing outside, was completely ignited when he heard the words God of War. He was already past the age where his blood was boiling. People didn't have dreams. What was the difference between him and a salted fish author who didn't update? Therefore, Tao Yuan, who was already in a dilemma, suddenly stood up. He then turned around and saluted Jun Changshao. His voice was as loud as a bell as he said, "Disciple Tao Yuan is willing to follow Sect Master to conquer the world and achieve great merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission O bewitching people's heart. You have received 1,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 45445,000. Chapter 490. The main city of Xinyang County, Xinyang City, had an extremely majestic palace-like building complex. This was where the county chief lived and was privately called the palace by the people. Just from the architecture alone, it was clear that the county chief of Xinyang County was a very ambitious person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have built a palace like the one the emperor lived in. Then, what did this county chief look like? Following the camera into the grand hall, they saw a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s sitting at the head of the table. Zhuo Chaochuan, the county chief of Xinyang County. His face was full of whiskers and gave off a very wild feeling. His tiger-like eyes shone brightly and he gave off the aura of someone who had been in power for a long time. His image was very fitting. He was an ambitious and ruthless person. However, below him, the generals and strategists all had their heads lowered and their hearts were all trembling. The atmosphere in the hall was very solemn. Just now, Bai Ruihu's head was placed in a brocade box and sent over. "Pa!" Zhuo Chaochuan slammed his palm on the table and shouted angrily. 300,000 soldiers not only failed to take down Xinyang City, they were also completely wiped out. Bai Ruihu can't absolve himself from the blame even if he dies 10,000 times. This county chief was really angry. After all, the White Tiger Legion was one of the 4 legions that he had painstakingly built. Now that it was gone just like that, his heart would definitely ache. "County Chief." A burly general cupped his hands and said, "This general is willing to lead the Xuanwu Legion to attack Xinyang County and bring back the head of the Iron Bone Sect Master. My Azure Dragon Legion requests for battle. My Vermilion Bird Legion requests for battle." Not only was the county chief angry that the White Tiger Legion had been wiped out, but the commanders of the 3 legions were also very angry. The 3 legions added together had at least 1,000,000 soldiers. If they really attacked Xinyang City, Sect Master Jun would definitely be under a lot of pressure. Although Zhuo Chaochuan was so angry that his beard was trembling, he calmed down and said, "Recently, our Xinyang County has been going to war frequently and has made the other big counties very unhappy. We can't waste our forces for a small county." Iron Bone had been stationed in Xinyang City, wiped out the White Tiger Legion, and even sent Bai Ruihu's head over. This was obviously a warning. If it was just Iron Bone, Zhuo Chaochuan would definitely take it. However, there was more than one enemy at the moment. Many large counties were eyeing Xinyang County covetously, so he had no choice but to consider carefully. Furthermore, the White Tiger Corps had been completely wiped out, so Iron Bone definitely had some strength. If they sent troops over, there would definitely be casualties. It was not a wise move to take over a ninth-grade county that was only meant to expand their territory and had no value in resources. Zhuo Chaochuan wasn't a brainless villain who sent trash to give experience to the main character. After suffering a loss, he would definitely be well-behaved for a period of time. At the very least, they had to deal with the large counties that were eyeing them covetously before thinking about attacking Azure Sun County. This was also what Sect leader Jun wanted, because what he lacked now was time. Even if he was given a bit of time to breathe and let the Sect develop, he would have the confidence to confront the entire world. Did you guys hear? The true Sun County sent a total of 300,000 soldiers to attack Azure Sun County. However, they were all defeated outside Azure Sun City. I've long heard of such a huge matter. Moreover, from what I know, the commander of the army, Bai Ruihu, was beheaded and his head was sent to Xinjiang County. My God, the White Tiger Corps is one of the best elite corps in southwest Yangzhou. General Bai is also one of the top 10 generals, but he actually died outside Azure Sun City. As expected, the martial cultivators in southwest Yangzhou received the latest news and discussed in shock. Especially when they found out that the person in charge of defending Azure Sun City was Ironbone, their eyes were filled with disbelief. A period of time had passed since the life and death arena was set up at the foot of the mountain, and its popularity had gradually decreased. Because Ironbone participated in the secular war and wiped out the White Tiger Corps, he once again became the #1 trending topic. What family war? What who fought with who for 3 days and 3 nights? Even recently, the hot topic of a family head's concubine having an affair with his housekeeper was covered up by Ironbone. The happiest people were the 7 city lords of Azure Sun County. When they received the news, they almost couldn't help but jump in excitement. Azure Sun City was the main city of the county, and Ironbone's defense had undoubtedly brought light to them who were lost in the darkness. 6th grade Xinjiang County. It wasn't undefeatable. The news of victory spread throughout Azure Sun County. The people in the cities, towns, and villages all rushed to spread the news and celebrated with gongs and drums. Many people even kowtowed in the direction of Ironbone Mountain. When Azure Sun County fell, they would become slaves. They were Ironbone, and it was Sect leader Jun who turned the tide. Naturally, they would be worshipped by the people. If Jun Changshao turned the sect into a temple and put up incense boxes, it would definitely attract many worshippers. Grand Qi Sect Main Hall. After Qin Haoran received the news, he held the letter and sat in the main seat, dumbstruck. He couldn't recover for a long time. Ironbone could resist an army of 300,000? How was this possible? If it wasn't written clearly in black and white, Alliance leader Qin would really think that he was dreaming. He had already received the news that Xinjiang County had attacked Heiyang County and Huayang County. At that time, he had discussed with the Alliance leaders and finally came to the conclusion that Azure Sun County would be targeted. Because of this, Grand Qi Sect and the Alliance sects all closed their doors and didn't care about worldly affairs. When Azure Sun County was in danger, they all chose to stay out of it. This kind of action was really despicable. Therefore, Jun Changshao led Ironbone disciples to defend Azure Sun City and defeated Xinjiang County's army. This was undoubtedly a slap to their faces. It was loud and clear. This slap also woke up Qin Haoran, who was pretending to be asleep. He finally realized and admitted that Ironbone was an existence that he and the Alliance couldn't fight against. Challenging Sacred Spring Sect. Fighting Massacre Shrine on the stage. Now, fighting against the elite army of a 6th grade county. What could Qin Haoran, his vast Qi Sect, and his 100 Sect Alliance do? They couldn't do it at all. They didn't even dare to think about it. In the past, Ironbone was just an ant at the foot of a mountain in the eyes of Qin Haoran and the Alliance leaders. Now, it had become a giant that they could only look up at. Looking up was still behind. When Tao Yuan acknowledged Jun Changshao and Ironbone, His 2,472 Tiger Army soldiers also joined the sect. When the number reached 5,000, the sect mission was triggered. When the disciples completed the mission and met the requirements, the sect's level would increase and the number of members would also increase. Iron Bone would also be one step closer to becoming a fifth-rate sect. Why? Because to be promoted to a sect, not only did it need 10,000 members, it also needed 1 martial king, 10 wuzong, and 1,000 martial masters. Iron Bone's realm level was completely met, but it lacked disciples. Therefore, increasing the number of members was the key to becoming a sect. Of course, disciples weren't a problem. Because the soldiers trained by Tao Yuan lived in Iron Bone, not all of them joined the sect due to the limit of members. As long as Jun Changshao didn't care about aptitude and wanted to improve, it would be easy for Iron Bone to be promoted to a sect. Chapter 491. Tao Yuan finally thought it through and truly regarded himself as a member of the Iron Bone sect. This showed that sect leader Jun's brainwashing ability was still very strong. As for what he said about following him to conquer the world and sweep through the world, he was actually bragging. Fighting a war was impossible. After all, the main task now was to develop the sect. After Tao Yuan agreed, the captured Tiger Might Army soldiers naturally joined willingly. The number of disciples in the Iron Bone sect was instantly filled. Sect missions appeared in the mission pavilion, and the disciples began to actively work on them. During this time, Jun Changshao assigned the new soldiers to the Wolf Rider Hall and appointed Tao Yuan as the deputy hall master to assist Shui Rengui. One was a 5-star general, and the other was a rising star in the military world. What kind of achievements the Wolf Rider Hall would have in the future under the management of these two people? Let's wait and see. Sect leader Shui Rengui said, "We don't have enough mounts." Don't worry. Jun Changshao said indifferently, "When the wolf cubs in the mountains grow up, they will be assigned to the Wolf Rider Hall." Living in a place full of spiritual energy and with a supply of feed pills, the hurricane wolves living in the mountains grew up very quickly. Soon, the new members of the Wolf Rider Hall would all ride one. Although Jun Changshao had no intention of conquering the world, since there were ambitious people in the Falling Star continent, he definitely needed to plan ahead and develop. At least when the war came, he would have the ability to deal with it. Although this Iron Bone sect leader was a little mischievous, he definitely had other merits besides being handsome. The contribution points of the newly recruited over 2,000 disciples were also overflowing. Jun Changshao didn't go to the shop. Instead, he bought a lot of molding rooms and mid-grade aptitude-modifying elixirs for the development of the sect and disciples. Because Xinjiang County stopped attacking, Qingyang County was able to calm down as usual. Sect leader Jun also had a rare moment of peace and began to think about who to give the holy grade aptitude-modifying elixir to. Qianqian's aptitude is very strong. It's useless to give it to her. Let's give it to Qingyang first. Everyone could see that Li Qingyang had put in a lot of effort for the sect. Giving the elixir to him was definitely the most suitable. Jun Changshao wasn't biased when it came to the distribution of martial arts resources. He gave them to whoever was most suitable. If there was really no choice, then he could only give them on a first-come, first-served basis. Therefore, in the future, as long as there were people like Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian, there would definitely be a lot of them. When he bought the AWM sniper rifle, sect leader Jun had also bought 5 bottles of top-grade aptitude modification elixir. Now that he had 7 bottles, he gave them to Li Yuhua, Ling Yuanxue, Song Xianzhou, and Zhang Wei. Hoo! Inside the room, Li Qingyang clenched his fists tightly as his eyes glowed with a scorching luster when he took the modification liquid and raised his aptitude from supreme grade to divine grade. The transformation of his aptitude boosted his cultivation, allowing him to smoothly advance from the 7th rank to the 8th rank of Wuzong. At Wuzong's level, the one with the highest cultivation was Yi Xingqian, who had already reached the 9th level of Wuzong. Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma and the others were at level 7. Long Xiang and the other disciples who entered the inner gate later were at level 4 or 5 on average. After Yang Yuhua, Ling Yuanxue, and the others took the top-grade aptitude modification elixir, their spiritual roots were raised to supreme grade. Because they had taken it before, although they were very excited, they weren't too surprised. Song Xianzhou, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. "Senior Brotherly," he said in disbelief, "what kind of elixir is this? It can actually raise the level of one's spiritual roots after taking it." Li Qingyang said, "Don't be surprised, it's very common." "Very common?" Song Xuanzhou's mouth twitched slightly, then he excitedly went to cultivate. So far, there were 2 divine grade, 14 supreme grade, and 5 superior grade among the Iron Bone Inner Disciples. Note: the number of Iron Bone Inner Disciples in the previous paragraph was 22, but the actual number was 21. I calculated wrongly. There were so many disciples with high-level spiritual roots, it was impossible to find them in the second or third-rate sections. As for whether there were any in the first-rate sects, it was hard to say. It was still the same sentence. The iron bone had great potential, but it lacked time to grow. After the number of disciples reached the quota, the sect missions were triggered, and the disciples accepted them one after another. The sect's achievement value was capped at 5,000 points. If they completed all the missions, not only would they be overpaid, they would also be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points. Therefore, Jun Changshao could only open up the store again and spend them in advance. He bought Jie Bing's Qiankuan bag, but there wasn't anything good, so he spent 100 contribution points to refresh it. Holy shit! Sect leader Jun glanced at the new products and almost jumped up in excitement when he saw the mid-grade Qi gathering pill formula. Although natural spirit stones could increase one's cultivation quickly, there was a limit to it. The Iron Bone's biggest reliance was still the Qi gathering pill. The low-grade Qi gathering pill was effective in the lower levels, but as one's cultivation level increased, it would obviously lose its effect. Therefore, they needed higher-grade Qi gathering pills. He clicked on the introduction. The mid-grade Qi gathering pill could increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy by 30 times. The low-grade Qi gathering pill could increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy by 10 times, but with higher-grade herbs, it could increase the speed by 15 times or even 20 times. If the mid-grade Qi gathering pill was used with higher-grade herbs, it would definitely increase the speed by more than 30 times. Buy. Jun Changshao bought the mid-grade Qi gathering pill formula without hesitation. It was automatically matched to the alchemy pavilion. He clicked on the pills and saw that there were many types of herbs needed to refine them, but they weren't too precious. He should be able to buy or grow them. He continued to flip through. Sect leader Jun saw a formula called Antidote Pill. The introduction said that after taking it, it could neutralize hundreds of poisons. In the future, disciples will have to go out and train in the wild. It's not bad to have an antidote pill. He spent another 1,000 contribution points to buy the formula. During this time, sect leader Jun had collected a lot of herbs. He opened the alchemy pavilion and could refine a few hundred pills. Therefore, he decisively refined the antidote pill. He continued to browse the store and found 2 more martial techniques. Although they were only high grade, they were still stronger than the exploding fist technique. Sect leader Jun decisively bought them. As long as the martial techniques were refreshed, he would buy them regardless of their grade to enrich the sect's martial techniques library. After copying 5,000 of each martial technique, sect leader Jun still had 796 contribution points left of the 4,996. He didn't panic at all because the disciples would slowly fill up their contribution points after completing the sect's missions. As expected, in the next 5 to 6 days, the disciples who accepted the missions completed them one after another. The contribution points and achievement points on the system interface kept rising. Sect leader June thought of ways to spend all 796 contribution points in order to make it a round number. On the 10th day, all the missions were completed. Contribution points 50005000. Achievement points 72005000. I can level up now. Jun Changshao rubbed his hands and clicked on the sect construction. Ding. Sect construction has increased to level 6. Ding. Sect members, contribution points, and achievement points have increased. Ding. Sect Spiritual Aura Pavilion opened. After the notification sounded, the system interface changed. Sect name: Iron Bone Jing Sect leader, Jun Changxiao Sect level, 6th rate Sect construction, level 6 Sect functions: Medicine Refining Pavilion, Smithing Pavilion, Talisman Pavilion, Spirit Beast Pavilion, Spiritual Aura Pavilion. Sect Cultivation Technique: Yi Jin Jing, Low-Grade Divine Grade, Cloud Steps, Low-Grade High Grade, Sound Transmission Technique, Mid-Grade High Grade. Sect members: 500,010,000. Sect Contribution Points: 500,010,000. Sect Achievement Points: 220,010,000. Sect Main Mission: Within 100 years. I finally broke through 10,000. At the start, the system interface's value limit was 100. Now that it had reached 10,000, Jun Changshao almost couldn't hold back his tears. For the sect, for the sake of becoming stronger. Even with a fever of 60 degrees, I still insisted on developing the sect. Do you know how hard I worked? The system poured cold water on him. There are still 90,000 disciples short of the 100,000 required for the main mission. Host must work harder and have a fever. Chapter 492. After the upgrade of the sect, Sect leader June was most interested in the new function of the spirit room. From the word spirit, he speculated that it might be related to spiritual energy. From the word room, he guessed that it might have a nurturing function. Could it be that it can help me nurture spiritual energy? Jun Changxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly tapped on the spirit room. A small panel popped up. As usual, there was a space similar to a 3D projection. There was something that looked like an alchemy furnace, and the words "Spirit Room" were engraved on it. There were many items under the panel, all of which were already there. For example, the elementary-grade Cold Edge Sword, Iron Shield, Overlord Spear, Soft Silk Armor, and the intermediate-grade Cold Edge Sword. What was going on? Sect leader June tapped on the elementary-grade Cold Edge Sword with doubt. Item: Elementary-grade Cold Edge Sword Spirit Room, 0 to 1. Please select Metal Spirit, Wood Spirit, a Water Spirit, Fire Spirit, Earth Spirit. Note: as the level of the sect's construction increases, more spirit room will be unlocked. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. What does this mean? The system explained. The host guessed half of it right. The spirit room does have a nurturing function, but it doesn't nurture spiritual energy. It nurtures weapon spirit. Nurturing weapon spirits? Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. The so-called weapon spirits were life forms formed in the weapons. Many people thought that the special effect of the green dragon crescent blade had a weapon spirit. In the end, it was targeted by the demon fiend sect. The function of the spirit room was to nurture the weapons and treasures of the system at a deeper level, thus condensing weapon spirits of different attributes. For example, the elementary-grade Cold Edge Sword. If it was chosen to nurture a fire spirit, it would become a weapon with a fire spirit. After hearing the system explain the function of the spirit room, Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. This function of nurturing weapon spirits was equivalent to embedding various attributes on the equipment. Let's give it a try. Jun Changxiao tapped on the Fire Spirit button and a window popped up. Available quantity: 1. Do you want to continue? F***CK. It can be nurtured in batches? If he took back all of his cold-edged swords and refined them with a single button, he would definitely be able to create a weapon with a weapon spirit. Continue. Jun Changshao tapped on the button. Hoo-hoo, the spirit-accumulating furnace was suddenly filled with a rich fire attribute spiritual energy. It seemed that the spirit-accumulating furnace had begun. According to Sect leader Jun's experience, the more advanced the system was, the more time it would take to activate the functions. Thus, he retracted the system interface and began to consider another problem. Should he continue to recruit soldiers from the Tiger Might Army or recruit talented martial cultivators? As long as Jun Changshao was willing, the number of members in the sect could easily exceed 10,000. After that, they would be able to directly certify the sect. However, although these soldiers' cultivation levels were not bad, their spirit roots were too weak, and their room for growth was limited. If he could take all of them in, he could even take in 100,000, let alone 10,000, because there were still many white captives in Qingyang City. However, once the number of people reached the requirement, it would be very difficult for the sect to become stronger in the future. In the past, Iron Bone only had a few hundred disciples, so Jun Changshao felt relaxed. Now that the number of disciples had exceeded 2,000, the consumption of resources was simply too great. 100,000 mediocre disciples would definitely require more resources to nurture. This would also increase the burden and slow down the overall development of the sect. If I can't recruit soldiers, I still have to set my sights on martial cultivators with good aptitude. At least I can save a lot of resources and speed up the growth of the sect. Jun Changshao made a decision in his heart. The 100-year time limit made him have to treat it seriously and not just find a group of ordinary soldiers to rush in. How should he recruit them? He had to place them in the outer counties. Naturally, sect leader Jun would not openly poach them. Instead, he planned to not recruit them and let them take the initiative to come. Now, he had to think carefully about what method to use. The next day, the elementary-grade cold-edged sword was successfully nurtured. Jun Changshao hurriedly took it out. From the outside, the nurtured cold-edged sword did not change, but the cold aura was replaced by heat. Tisk tisk. Jun Changshao said in amazement, a weapon refined from cold iron actually has a fire attribute after being nurtured. This is truly inconceivable. He released his spiritual senses and merged them with the sword. A small space opened up inside, and a little guy floated like a ghost. This was the newly nurtured fire spirit. Although its body was small, it was filled with the power of fire. The system said, the weapon spirit is in an ownerless state. The host must sign a contract with it to truly control it. Jun Changshao communicated with it with his spiritual sense, and found that the little guy was a little resistant. However, after a little scare, it obediently submitted. Signing a contract with a newly formed weapon spirit was much easier than signing a contract with a ferocious beast. It only took an hour. After successfully obtaining the fire element weapon spirit of the cold-edged sword, Jun Changshao felt that he was more compatible with the weapon. With the weapon spirit in control of the weapon, he and the weapon spirit were indistinguishable. They could use the weapon better. Huff, huff. Jun Changshao held the sword hilt and communicated with the weapon spirit. The entire sword was instantly enveloped in scorching flames. It could be said that he was too handsome. Awesome. Sect leader Jun's eyes were filled with excitement. He then went to the inner yard's martial arts field and began to slash to his heart's content. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Streams of flaming sword energy filled the air and interweaved into a dazzling net of flames. Damn! Su Xiaomao walked out from the side room. Looking at the crisscrossing flaming sword energy in the martial arts field, his eyes suddenly widened. Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others were also alarmed. They all looked at the sect leader practicing his sword with admiration. After playing for a while, Jun Changshao kept his sword and the flames gradually dissipated. He said, "Isn't it handsome?" Handsome, everyone said in unison. Su Xiaoma said with a face of admiration, "If I can be a fire element martial cultivator like the sect leader, that would be great." He believed that Jun Changxiao's flaming sword energy was related to him being a fire element martial cultivator. "Isn't that simple?" Jun Changxiao said confidently, "Give me your cold-edge sword. This seat will let you become a fire element martial cultivator." "Give me the sword and become a fire element martial cultivator?" Su Xiaoma's eyes were filled with confusion, but he still handed the cold-edge sword over. "Are you sure you want the fire element?" Jun Changxiao asked. Yes. As a man, he naturally liked the fire element that represented explosion and wildness. Jun Changxiao then looked at Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others and said, "Give me your swords as well. This seat will let all of you become fire element martial cultivators." All the disciples were dumbfounded. However, out of absolute trust in the sect leader, they all handed over their weapons. Sect leader. Yang Yuhua scratched his head and said, "I prefer the earth element." Jun Changxiao said, "As long as it is within the 5 elements, you can choose as you wish." Song Xianzhou anxiously said, "Sect leader, I like the metal element." Long Xiang handed over the conqueror's spear and said, "Sect leader, I also like the metal element." Sect leader, I like the wood element. Sect leader, I like the water element. Although the disciples didn't know what was going on, as long as they handed over their weapons to the sect leader, they would tell him which element they liked. Stars. Jun Changxiao said, "What about you?" Yi Xingqian muttered in his heart, "This emperor prefers to use his fists." However, since the sect leader took the initiative to ask, he said, "Up to you." After memorizing them one by one, Jun Changxiao opened the spiritual aura chamber and began to refine them in batches according to the different elements. Although the spiritual aura chamber's refine function was slow, it took the same amount of time to refine one weapon and a pile of weapons. Therefore, early the next morning, the cold-edged sword that contained different weapon spirits was refined. There is a weapon spirit inside the sword. You can use the element you want after signing a contract with it. After assigning the weapons, Jun Changxiao didn't forget to remind them. Weapon spirit? All the disciples' eyes widened. Knight Emperor, who preferred to use his fists, also had a look of surprise in his eyes. When he took the cold-edged sword and felt that there was indeed a weapon spirit inside, he opened his mouth in shock. This was really a weapon with a weapon spirit. Wait. Yi Xingqian broke down. Sect leader. Why is it a water element weapon spirit? Didn't you say anything was up to you? Jun Changxiao said. At that moment, our Knight Emperor almost vomited blood. It would have been fine to give a fire or metal element weapon spirit, but to give a water element weapon spirit, did he think of himself as a woman? P.S. Proud Beauty Knight said loudly, "Please vote." Chapter 493. Iron Bone disciples quickly signed a contract with the weapon spirit after obtaining the weapon. The advantage of this was that it would become an exclusive weapon. Even if others obtained it, they would not be able to use it as they did not have the support of the weapon spirit. Cold-edged sword and Overlord spear, as system weapons, were already very powerful. Now that they had weapon spirits, they would only be more powerful. To be exact, weapons with weapon spirits could be classified as treasures. Jun Changxiao had helped many disciples form weapon spirits, which was equivalent to giving each of them a treasure. This was very powerful. It also shocked Yi Xingqian. He had seen weapons with weapon spirits in his previous life, but they were extremely rare. The sect leader actually gave them to his disciples. The upper realm. They must have come from the upper realm. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the large training field in the outer courtyard, Su Xiaoma and the others communicated with the weapon spirits. In an instant, fire element red, water element blue, wood element light green, earth element light brown, and metal element bright yellow. The brilliant 5 elements spread out, interweaving into a spectacular scene. From another perspective, it looked like they were all equipment embedded with various attribute stones. They were definitely RMB players in the game. He, who had just finished cultivating in the forging room, saw Su Xiaomo and the others holding all kinds of beautiful weapons. He immediately widened his eyes and said, These weapons all have weapon spirits? He was indeed an expert. He could tell at a glance. In his world, weapon spirits were standard. Without them, one would not be considered an expert. He would be embarrassed to greet them when he went out. However, in the mortal realm, martial masters had weapon spirits, and there were so many of them. This was shocking. They must have been left behind by the 7 profound sage in the mortal realm. Yi Xingqian thought that these weapons came from the upper realm. As a real person from the upper realm, He thought that they were left behind by a powerful person. This misunderstanding was really wonderful. Whoosh, whoosh. On the training field, the 5 elements were released frequently. It was gorgeous. Su Xiaomo, Li Fei, and the others were fire element weapon spirit. The flames that spread out revealed an explosive power. Long Xiang and Song Xianzhou were both metal-type weapon spirit. The spearhead and the sword body exuded an indestructible sharpness. Yang Yuhua's spirit wasn't a weapon, but an iron shield. Because it had an earth attribute artifact spirit, after it was activated, it immediately formed a thick and heavy aura, and its defensive strength also increased. As for the wood and water elements, they were more of a support type, so they were more suitable for girls. No wonder. Yi Xingqian, who had obtained a water-type equipment spirit weapon, had the urge to vomit blood. Sect leader Jun stood in front of the main hall with a smile on his face as he watched his disciples test their weapons. The spirit concealment pavilion, which had been opened to the 6th level, was indeed very powerful. If the disciples were equipped with this kind of weapon, their combat strength would definitely increase by a lot. Furthermore, as long as he had a system weapon, he could use spirit accumulation at any time. He didn't need any random materials. It's a pity that elementary weapons like the Cold Edge Sword and the Overlord Spear can only be used once. This was what Sect leader Jun was dissatisfied with. He opened the Spirit Concealment Pavilion and tapped on the Cold Edge Sword. The data that appeared was similar to the Cold Edge Sword, but the number of spirit accumulations was 2, which meant that 2 types of artifact spirits could be produced. I am a fire attribute martial cultivator and the king of the sword Dao. Choosing a fire spirit and a metal spirit is more suitable. Jun Changshao muttered. At this moment, Lu Qianqian walked in from the inner courtyard. He said, Qianqian, bring your cold edge sword over. I will help you modify it. It was a pity that there was no ice attribute artifact spirit, otherwise, it would definitely be his first choice. Lu Qianqian walked over, but did not take out the cold edge sword. Instead, she said, Sect leader, disciple wants to go out and gain experience. She had mentioned this matter before, but because of the invasion of Xinjiang County, it was temporarily put on hold. Now that the matter had been temporarily resolved, it was time for her to go to the northeast Lu Prefecture to cultivate. All right. Jun Changshao said, I allow you to go out and gain experience. He would not stop his disciples from going out. However, Jun Changshao added, bring me the cold edge sword first. Going out to gain experience was not a problem, but she must first condense a weapon spirit. At least it could increase her combat power, and it would be safer outside. Lu Qianqian handed over the cold edge sword. Jun Changshao did not ask her what weapon spirit she needed. Instead, he chose a fire spirit and a water spirit. Because there was no ice spirit, the second best choice was the water spirit. As for the fire spirit, he hoped that it could melt her cold heart. The next day, Jun Changshao handed the weapon that had been condensed with a spirit to Lu Qianqian and said, When do we leave? Today. Lu Qianqian said. So soon? Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, approved. Iron Bone Sect, outside the mountain gate. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other disciples personally sent their eldest senior sister off. Although Lu Qianqian's personality was cold and taciturn, she was still the eldest disciple of the Iron Bone Sect. Naturally, she was deeply respected by her fellow disciples. Eldest senior sister. Lu Wanshi cried, "Take care." She used to be very afraid of Lu Qianqian. After all, when she first came, she had a sword on her neck. However, after she became a disciple of the Iron Bone Sect, if there was anything she did not understand in martial arts, her senior sister would guide her. Although she was cold and taciturn, she could often point out the flaws in one sentence, which benefited her a lot. With the gradual contact, Lu Wanshi became more aware that her eldest senior sister was just cold, but she was actually a very good person. Ling Yuan Shui and the other Iron Bone Sect disciples watched their eldest senior sister leave the mountain. They were also sad. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma said, "Where's the sect leader?" Li Qingyang shook his head and said, "I don't know either." Jun Changshao did not come to send his eldest disciple off. He sat alone on the roof of the main hall. The past rose up in his sea of consciousness. "I want to join the Iron Bone Sect." This was the first sentence Lu Qianqian said when she first appeared. At that time, sect leader Jun had just crossed over. He even had to rely on Aunt Wang to eat. It could be said that he was poor and destitute. "You're the sect leader?" "I left the sect." In the face of Lu Qianqian's doubts, sect leader Jun used all his means to make her stay. Later, he went to Qingyang City to participate in the recruitment of hundreds of sections. This sect's only disciple had a poisonous tongue, which also gave many readers the opportunity to use this topic to criticize. "Damn it." Jun Changshao shook his head and threw away all the memories. He said, "It's not like you won't come back. Why be so sad?" He stood up and looked at the graceful figure that had disappeared on the stairs. He transmitted his voice, "Lu Qianqian, remember my words. You will always be the eldest disciple of the Iron Bone Sect." Lu Qianqian, who went down the mountain, heard it but did not respond. If you encounter trouble outside, don't be rash. You must find a way to ask for help from the sect. I and your junior brothers and sisters will be your strong backing. Jun Changshao transmitted his voice again. Lu Qianqian stopped at the foot of the mountain and looked back at the gate. A group of junior brothers were still waving their hands and smiling as they sent her off. When she was expelled from the sect, no one comforted her or cared about her. Now, she was just going out to experience the world. It did not mean that she would not return. Her junior brothers and sisters stood in front of the gate to send her off and did not leave for a long time. At that moment, Lu Qianqian's heart was in turmoil. Is it so difficult to have a heart like still water? Her eyes were filled with bitterness and she left without looking back. On this day, the eldest disciple of the Iron Bone Sect went down the mountain and began her experience. As for when she would return, it was unknown. Chapter 494. After Lu Qianqian left, the cold aura that permeated the Iron Bone Sect completely disappeared. However, the disciples felt that something was missing. They felt that something was wrong when they did their morning exercises. Sect leader Jun wasn't used to it either. After the morning exercises, he sat in the main hall and would occasionally look outside the door. Over there, she would often appear out of nowhere, and then she would lean against the door and say some cold words. Everyone had feelings, even if these feelings had nothing to do with love. He had interacted with Lu Qianqian for a long time. Although she didn't have much of a presence, now that she was gone, he would definitely feel that something was missing. Sigh. Jun Changshao let out a long sigh. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have allowed her to go out for training. She just left. Li Luoqi walked in from outside and smiled. Sect leader, do you miss her? There was a hidden meaning in her words, but sect leader Jun, who was a loner, didn't understand. He said rather sadly, "She's the eldest disciple after all. How can I not miss her? Li Luoqiu said, Don't think about it. I'll tell you a piece of good news. What good news? Jun Changshao asked. Li Luoqiu smiled. Xinjiang County and Scarlet Sun County have started a war. Both sides have sent 500,000 troops. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. It is indeed good news. Xinjiang County and a 6th grade county were fighting, so they definitely wouldn't have the time to target Qingyang County. He could develop his sect in peace. Senior Martial Brother. On the martial arts field, Su Xiaoma said in a low voice, Eldest senior martial sister isn't here. Everyone seems to be listless. We need time to get used to it, Li Qingyang said. Swoosh. He stood up and clapped his hands. Don't just stand there. Go do your missions and cultivate. Eldest senior martial sister wasn't here. As the second disciple, he had to shoulder the responsibility. Yes. The disciples adjusted their moods and began to focus on cultivation. Sect leader Jun gradually walked out of the negative emotions brought about by the departure of his eldest disciple and began to plan for the sect's development. First, he had to expand the sect. After accommodating 5,000 disciples, the inner and outer courtyards became more crowded. Expansion was necessary. Upon receiving the order, Li Qingyang took out many architectural sketches and even many small models. Looking at the exquisite architectural model, sect leader Jun asked in surprise, You made it? Okay, Li Qingyang said. Tsk tisk. Jun Changshao praised. These building models you created are completely comparable to Stylus Lei. Stylized thunder? Li Qingyang was at a loss. Jun Changshao did not explain too much. He handed over the spatial ring and said, There are 10 million taels here. Come and get more if it's not enough. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. Spending 10 million taels to expand the iron bone factory was definitely extravagant. There was no other way. Sect leader Jun lacked cultivation and a large number of talented disciples. The only thing he didn't lack was money. The next day, under the direction of Li Qingyang, the expansion of the Iron Bone Academy's inner courtyard was in full swing. The other disciples continued to cultivate as usual. Sect leader Jun, on the other hand, went to Huyang City after the morning exercise. He bought the mid-grade spirit gathering pill formula, but he lacked the ingredients and seeds to refine it. Sect leader Jun. Inside the medicine shop, Ai Shangyao hurried over and said gratefully, Guarding Qingyang City is equivalent to guarding Qingyang County. This is a great favor. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning, Jun Changshao said. Ai Shangyao's mouth twitched. He faced 300,000 soldiers from Xinjiang County head-on and even killed by Ruehu. If this was a small matter, then what was a big matter? Family head AI. Jun Changshao returned to the main topic. I came this time to purchase some herbs and seeds. As he spoke, he handed over a list of materials. Ai Shangyao looked at it carefully and said, Sect leader Jun, we don't have many of these herbs in stock, but we do have a lot of seeds. I'll take all of them, Jun Changshao said straightforwardly. With Elder Wei and the medicine hall around, the seeds were definitely more valuable than normal herbs. Ai Shangyao was very efficient. In just an hour, a large batch of herbs and seeds for the mid-grade spirit gathering pill was delivered. How much is it? Sect leader Jun helped Qingyang County resolve the disaster. I'm very grateful. I'll give it all to you for free. This, Jun Changshao reluctantly said, All right then. Before he left, he gave Ai Shangyao dozens of healing pills and body-shaping pills. On the main street, Sect leader Jun walked straight, and the people in the city all looked at him with gratitude and admiration. Lear. A woman hugged a 3-year-old boy and said, This is the sect leader of Iron Bone Clan. He's the benefactor of Qingyang County. Mother. The child said with a determined gaze, When I grow up, I'll definitely join Iron Bone Clan. Sect leader Jun, an old man knelt down and said, Please accept this old man's bow. He wasn't a native of Qingyang County. 100 years ago, he moved here with his family. The reason for moving was that his hometown had been baptized by war. As someone who had been through it, the old man knew better than anyone the cruelty of war and the importance of a peaceful life. Therefore, he knelt down to thank sect leader June. When I wrote this paragraph, I thought of my great-grandmother. She was still alive and was almost 100 years old. When she was young, it was the era when China was invaded by foreign enemies. She took her grandfather, my grandfather, who was still young, to avoid the bombardment of the Japanese shells. We live in a peaceful era, so how can we understand how the older generation of people who were born in a war era live in fear and trepidation? So, we can't forget the shame of the country. Countless ancestors shed their blood to ensure that the country is prosperous and the people are at peace. The future generations should always remember it in their hearts. Old man, please get up. Jun Changshao waved his sleeve, and gentle spiritual energy helped the kneeling old man up. However, just as he helped him up, the people standing on the street knelt on the ground. Sect leader Jun, everyone kowtowed and said, "Please accept our bow." Jun Changshao was very embarrassed and hurriedly left Huyang City. However, just as he walked to a remote area, two black shadows flew out from the darkness, their bodies erupting with dense psionic energy. From the aura, they were definitely martial kings. Boom! Boom! Jun Changshao suddenly turned around and directly blasted the person who ambushed him out. Thump! 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 The two black shadows landed on the ground and staggered back. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They hid so well and suddenly attacked, but he actually counterattacked so quickly. His reaction was too fast. Jun Changshao retracted his palm and sneered, "The two of you have been following me for a long time, right?" Yes. They had been following him since Huyang City. Sect leader Jun, a rough-looking man in black in his early 30s, cupped his hands and said, "Your strength is indeed strong. We two brothers admire you." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "Are you people from Xinjiang County?" "No." "People from Demon Fiend Sect?" "No." "People from Deicide Temple?" "Not either." Jun Changshao was puzzled. He only had these few enemies. If none of them were from Demon Fiend Sect, who could have sent them? Sect leader Jun, the man in black, cupped his hands and said, "We two brothers have no sect and have been wandering the world all year round. We want to join the Iron Bone clan." Jun Changshao was stunned. Two martial kings took the initiative to join the Iron Bone clan. This way of opening was a little wrong. Chapter 495. The two martial kings who attacked from the dark were about the same age as him, in their early 30s. They also looked similar, so they should be blood brothers. They wanted to join Iron Bone, which made Jun Changshao dumbfounded. Two martial kings wanted to join them just by going out for a trip. This was a bit too mysterious. Or could it be that I have reached the stage where experts from all walks of life would fight to be my underling? Under normal circumstances, sect leader Jun would definitely suspect that the two of them were spies. However, joining Iron Bone would mean that they would be restricted. They would not dare to obtain information or have their memories erased. Therefore, he was not worried at all. Sect leader Jun said, "You two are martial kings. You should be quite famous in Jianghu, right?" The older man in black cupped his hands and said, "My name is Ning Duxing. My brother is Ning Duzue. Because we broke through to Martial King by chance, we are not famous in Jianghu." Ning Duxing. Ning Duzue. Everyone is drunk, I am the only one awake? Everyone is awake, I am the only one drunk? This name was really unique. Ning Duxing said, "We heard that sect leader Jun dared to fight against Xinjiang County. You are a man of indomitable spirit, so we came to seek shelter. Please accept us." So that's how it is. Jun Changshao understood. However, you guys came to seek shelter. You didn't have to sneak attack in the dark, right? In fact, the two brothers were just testing the waters. Although their spiritual power was strong, they did not have any killing intent. Because of your names, I will allow you to join Iron Bone Sect. Jun Changshao took out the entry form that he always carried with him. Iron Bone was in urgent need of talented martial cultivators. Since 2 martial kings came to seek shelter, they would definitely welcome them warmly. Because of my name? Ning Duxing and Ning Duzue looked at each other. Their expressions were a bit interesting. Ding. Sect members. 500-210000. Ding. Sect contribution points. 500-210000. After accepting the 2, Jun Changshao said, "Let's go. Follow me back to Iron Bone Sect." Yes. The 2 Ning brothers cupped their hands and said. From their tone, it was obvious that they had already entered the role of Iron Bone disciples. Sect leader Jun couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Were they really sincere in coming to rely on him? The eldest brother, Ning Duxing, was more cheerful and talkative. His brother, Ning Duzue, was more indifferent. He had only said yes from the beginning to the end. What are your realms? On the way, Jun Changshao asked. Reporting to Sect Master. Ning Duxing said, both of us are rank 5 martial kings now. TSK. For these 2 rogue cultivators to be able to become martial kings and even break through to rank 5, they must have had an extraordinary fortuitous encounter. Speaking of fortuitous opportunities, Sect leader Jun thought of Rinshan. Was it because he had recruited him into the Iron Bone that he was so lucky that even the martial king had sided with him? Sect leader. In the main hall, Li Qingyang sent a voice transmission in astonishment. These 2 martial kings, were they really picked up on the road? Okay, Jun Changshao replied. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. Sect leader went to Huyang City, and came back to pick up 2 martial kings. It was truly inconceivable. Jiang Ye sent a voice transmission. Sect leader, I've heard of these 2 people. They seem to be from the southeast province. They roam the Jianghu all year round and are called the Ning Duo. Jun Changshao asked in astonishment, they are bandits? Jiang Ye said, they specialize in robbing the rich to help the poor, so they are called bandits. Later on, they offended too many people and couldn't survive in the southeast province. They began to wander around. The common people called them the Ning Duo. The circle of martial kings was only so big. Those who were slightly famous would definitely be known by their peers. So that's how it is. Jun Changshao suddenly understood. At this moment, he finally understood why these 2 brothers came to him to seek refuge. Why? Because he had defended Qingyang City and protected countless common people. Since these 2 were chivalrous people, they must have been moved by what he had done and were willing to lower themselves to become Iron Bone disciples. Sigh. Jun Changshao thought to himself, if there were more chivalrous people like them in the world, I wouldn't have to worry about not being able to recruit capable people. You're thinking too much. The system said, in the Falling Star continent, where martial arts are respected, such people are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Jun Changshao ignored it and ordered, Qingyang, you're in charge of these 2 people. Yes. Li Qingyang led the Ning brothers to the inner courtyard and told them about the sect. Martial kings? Our Iron Bone disciples are getting more and more powerful. Even such powerhouses are willing to join us. We can't embarrass the sect leader. We still need to work hard in cultivation. The Iron Bone disciples heard the news and came over, all of them whispering. In the past, they, who were born ordinary, had never thought that one day they would be in the same sect as martial kings and be in close contact with them. In the herb garden, with Elder Wei's expansion, it had reached a size of 1,000 acres. Jun Changshao walked over and looked at the rich spiritual energy gathered in the sky. His eyes immediately filled with pride. The Iron Bone Mountain, which was originally in the middle of nowhere, had undergone earth-shattering changes under his management. He was absolutely filled with a sense of accomplishment. Just you wait. Sect Master Jun swore in his heart, I will turn this mountain into a holy land for martial artists. Everyone will come from all directions to worship me. The system said, this goal is as difficult as making the sect the strongest in the falling star continent. It's only challenging if it's difficult. Jun Changshao said. Isn't it just the beginning of hell mode? Since I've shouldered such a fate, I will never give up or surrender. Elder Wei, Jun Changshao said, I have some high-level seeds here. Divide a medicinal field and plant them. Okay. Elder Wei took the seeds and looked at them carefully. How long will it take to mature? Jun Changshao asked. Elder Wei said, a month. A month? It wasn't too long. He could afford to wait. Elder Wei didn't directly plant the seeds in the medicinal field. Instead, he placed them in the seed incubation pool for nurturing first. Jun Changshao returned to the courtyard. At this moment, a ding sound rang in his ears. Ai Shangyao had given him a lot of ready-made medicinal herbs that could be used to refine mid-grade qi gathering pills, so he had already started refining on the way back to the sect. In the study, little Long Long was still asleep and showed no signs of waking up. Jun Changshao sat down and took out the newly refined mid-grade qi gathering pills from his interspatial ring. He enveloped them with his spiritual sense and muttered, the spiritual energy is so abundant. The medicinal herbs that Ai Shangyao gave were all ordinary, and the pills refined were also very ordinary. The speed of increasing spiritual energy was only 30 times. I'll let the inner sect disciples take these pills first. The next day, Jun Changshao sent the hundreds of mid-grade qi gathering pills into the pill machine. In the martial arts practice field, a melodious divine song rang out. Jun Changshao led the disciples in a dance. The Ning brothers, who had just joined Iron Bone, looked ashamed. After the dance, they wished they could find a hole to hide in. There was no other way. Morning exercises and dancing were a major feature of Iron Bone. Even martial kings were no exception. Chapter 496. How could a martial king be a disciple in the sect? So sect leader Jun started to think about what kind of position to give them. Hall master? There didn't seem to be any other halls for them to manage. The system suggested, the sect lacks elders. Why don't you appoint them as elders? That's possible. Jun Changshao also thought about it, but he held his chin and said, we can't give them that right after they enter the sect. We need to observe them carefully. How would he observe them? After thinking about it, he decided to let the Ning brothers teach the disciples first. Jiang Yu was overjoyed when he heard the news. As the only elder in the sect, he would hold a lecture every once in a while to guide the disciples on the path of martial arts. At first, Jiang Yu didn't think much of it. He even thought it was a good job. But when he met Shangguan Xinyao, it was the beginning of the tragedy. This girl with extremely high martial arts attainments asked as many questions as the stars in the sky. Elder Jiang had a splitting headache from all the questions. He wished he was dead. Every time he went to teach Wu Tang, he would rush to the battlefield with the determination to never return. To be able to torture our elder Jiang like this, it was obvious how terrifying Shangguan Xinyao was. Now that the sect leader sent 2 martial kings to teach the disciples martial arts, wasn't it the same as breaking free from the sea of suffering? Jiang Yu was so excited that he almost drank in the cafeteria to celebrate. Sect leader Jun let the Ning brothers start by teaching the disciples and observe them for a month. If their performance was good, it wasn't impossible to appoint them as elders. After making the necessary arrangements, he began to focus on his cultivation. However, because they were martial kings, not only did they need to consume a lot of resources, they also needed a long time. Cultivating step by step is still too slow. Jun Changshao murmured, if I complete the mission and get experience talismans to break through, that's the best way. The system said, dream on. Jun Changshao ignored it and started to think about the hidden missions he had completed recently. He wanted to see if there were any missions that were related to eliminating evil for the people. In the end, There were too many hidden missions related to idioms. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't have a clue. The system said, hidden missions are about letting nature take its course. Host should focus on the right path. AI. Jun Changshao withdrew his unrealistic thoughts and skillfully opened the middle-tier store. Previously, he had bought quite a number of formulas, but because he didn't have enough contribution points, he hadn't finished browsing through all of them. It was a pity. The subsequent products had no purchase value. With a thought, Jun Changshao spent 100 contribution points to refresh the shop. His luck was too bad. After browsing through all the new products, he still didn't see anything decent. Sect Master Jun was greatly disappointed. I have 5 points of luck. Why didn't I get anything good? The system said, the luck value only increases the host's luck. It's not like there's a 100% chance of getting something good. Jun Chang opened the shop and his eyes lit up when he saw the new product. The second item in the first row was a secret manual. Written on it were 4 bold and powerful words. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Swordplay. This was a sword technique. Jun Changshao hurriedly clicked on the details. Item: 10,000 returning swords. Introduction. A forbidden sword technique from a certain dimension. It was later modified and perfected by a mysterious almighty being. Its power is unfathomable. Effect: it is divided into 3 realms. The first realm is 10,000 swords returned to 1. The second realm is 10,000 swords. The third realm is if I am the sword, there will be no sword under the heavens. Advantage: this technique is extraordinarily powerful after being modified. It can be considered a top-grade sword technique. Disadvantage: it is difficult to learn, difficult to master, and consumes a lot of energy. Even if you comprehend it, do not use it rashly unless you are a sword king or above. Otherwise, you will suffer a backlash. If light, you will be injured. If heavy, you will die. Price: 2,000 contribution points. Level: none. None. Seeing the level introduction, Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. From the introduction and advantages, this was definitely a very powerful sword technique. How could it not have a level? The system explained, in the vast universe, there are as many experts as there are clouds. Some almighty beings may have created martial techniques that are beyond the system's calculation range, so it is unable to give an accurate level classification. Jun Changshao said in surprise, even the system can't calculate it. This 10,000 swords returned to origin must be super powerful. Ding. Host has spent 2,000 contribution points. You have obtained 10,000 swords returned to origin X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points. 280210000. After purchasing the 10,000 swords returned to origin, the system did not automatically match it with the Sect's cultivation technique. It could be seen that this sword technique was not suitable for disciples to cultivate in large quantities. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, it was a sword technique. Among the Iron Bone disciples, only Zhou Hong had the aptitude for the sword. Shua. Sect leader Jun waved his hand and took out the sword technique that emitted the sword force. He couldn't wait to read it. However, after just looking at the first stage, 10,000 swords returned to 1, he felt like he understood it. He couldn't help but sigh, it's a bit difficult. The martial techniques bought in the mall were easy to understand, no matter how high the level was. Only the Ling Jian Divine Art and the 10,000 swords returned to origin were exceptions. Still, sword Dao martial arts were so unfathomable? Even if it's difficult, I have to learn it. In the following time, Jun Changshao focused on comprehending the sword technique and didn't even cultivate. However, 10,000 swords returned to origin was too profound. Sect leader Jun cultivated in his room for 5 days and only comprehended a little. This question is too difficult. He hugged his head and roared to the sky, I don't know how to do it, I don't know how to do it. Everyone thought that sect leader Jun was extremely monstrous now. He was the king of martial arts and the king of sword Dao. Little did they know that he was stumped by a sword technique. This also meant that there were countless martial arts in the world, and there was no lack of profound and unfathomable martial art. I don't believe this. Sect leader Jun and the 10,000 swords returned to origin were exhausted. He handed over the sect's matters to Li Qingyang and Li Luoqiu and completely focused on comprehending the sword technique. This shouldn't be. Why is this question so difficult? Every once in a while, when a disciple passed by the courtyard and occasionally heard a breakdown, he couldn't help but secretly ask, "What's wrong with sect leader?" Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The medicinal herbs needed to refine mid-grade qi gathering pills had matured under the hard work of Elder Wei and the members of the medicine hall. Sect leader Jun was still cooped up in his room and didn't come out. Second senior brother. Lu Wancher sent the food over as usual and said worriedly, "Sect leader still locked himself in his room. He hasn't eaten for a few days. Is he seriously ill?" Li Qingyang almost fell over. This little girl still spoke so innocently. Sigh. Li Qingyang shook his head and said, "I didn't expect that eldest senior sister's departure would bring such a big blow to sect leader. If Jun Changshao heard this, he would definitely send a flying kick over. Abnormal your head. I'm comprehending a profound sword technique, not because of Lu Qianqian. Senior brother." Su Xiaoma said, "Let's go and persuade sect leader. Don't let him miss eldest senior sister too much." All right. Li Qingyang led the disciples to the courtyard. Just as they reached the door, they heard loud laughter coming from the room. Lu Wancher said nervously, "Sect leader can't be crazy, right?" Boom. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A cold sword aura erupted, blowing everyone's black hair into a mess. Jun Changshao took a big step forward and laughed. "I understand this question." Li Qingyang and the other disciples were dumbfounded. They hadn't seen each other for a month. Sect leader's hair was messy, and he was sloppy, like a beggar on the street. "Sect leader," Su Xiaoma said weakly, Are you okay?" Jun Changshao pushed away the messy hair covering his eyes and laughed. "Today, I'll let you see what it means to unite 10,000 swords into one." Swoosh. He jumped and flew to the top of the main hall. As a result, as soon as he landed on it, his feet slipped and he fell straight down. Plop. Aya. Chapter 497. Humans were made of iron and rice was made of steel. If he did not eat, he would be hungry. Sect Master Jun, who had not eaten for 6 or 7 days, was preparing to show off in front of his disciples. However, when he landed on the main hall, his body collapsed and he fell down. It was a pity that he failed to show off and ended up losing. In the dining hall, Jun Changshao, who had a big bump on his head, was wolfing down food. There were already a few plates beside him. "Sect Master, eat slowly. Don't choke," Lu Wancher said worriedly. "Phew!" After eating a few more dishes and 2 bowls of rice, Jun Changshao put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Your culinary skills are getting better." It was not that his culinary skills were good. It was because he had been hungry for too long. Even if it was a bowl of cabbage stew, he could taste the delicacies. "Sect Master." Lu Wancher blinked her eyes and said, "The culinary competition in southwest Yangzhou will begin in a month." Jun Changshao scratched his head and said awkwardly, "If you did not mention it, I would have forgotten." He had experienced too many things recently. How could he remember? Lu Wancher's eyes were filled with resentment as she said dejectedly, "I knew that Sect Master did not take it seriously." "Don't worry." Jun Changshao patted her head and smiled gently. "I will bring you to participate and let the world know what it means to be a god of cooking." He had promised in the past that he would bring Lu Wancher. Furthermore, the matter in Jinyang County was settled. There was nothing else to do. He could spare some time to go out and walk around. Perhaps he would be able to pick up 4,988 martial kings with monstrous aptitude. Just as Jun Changshao was dreaming, Lu Wancher placed a bowl of fried rice on the table and said with a smile, "This is the fried rice that I recently developed. After eating it, you can increase your strength. Sect Master, please try it." Jun Changshao immediately became nervous. He had once eaten the strength food made by the little girl. In the end, he was carried to the medicine hall for emergency treatment. It was definitely a psychological shadow. Lu Wancher said with a serious face, "Sect Master, disciple now knows many herbs like the back of her hand. The food that I developed this time will definitely not have any poison. Please eat it without worry." Jun Changshao was still worried. But when he saw that the little girl's face was full of expectation and didn't want to refuse, he could only pick up the fried rice and then walk out of the cafeteria. He called Su Xiaoma, who was playing soccer outside, over and said, "Finish the fried rice." If he didn't dare to do it himself, he would have his disciple do it. This was really particular. Sect leader. Su Xiaoma said, "This disciple has just eaten. I'm not hungry yet. Just eat when I tell you to. Stop talking nonsense." Oh. Su Xiaoma took the fried rice. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks to eat, he heard Lu Wancher say with a smile, "Senior brother, this is a strength food that I developed. After eating it, you can increase your strength." Su Xiaoma was stunned. The scene of the sect master spitting out white foam and his entire body twitching as he was carried into the medicine hall appeared in his mind. Sect master. He was about to cry as he said, "Can this disciple not eat? I must." Jun Changshao took out a pill and said, "This is an antidote pill. If you feel that something is wrong, you can take it immediately. The antidote pill is already prepared. Today, I have to be prepared to die and test the poison with my body." Sect Master. Su Xiaoma held the fried rice, his eyes filled with determination as he said, "This disciple will still be a disciple of the Iron Bone Upright sect in my next life." As he spoke, he swallowed a mouthful resolutely. Gradually, Su Xiaoma's expression changed. His muscles began to twist, giving people the feeling that he was poisoned. Sect Master Jun hurriedly stuffed the antidote pill into his mouth. However, Su Xiaoma picked up his chopsticks and finished the fried rice. Then, he said with joy, "Sect Master, this fried rice is not only delicious, but it can also increase strength." Ga. Jun Changshao was stunned. Bang! Su Xiaoma punched the testing machine. His strength was 400,000 jin. In the month that Sect Master Jun comprehended the Sword Dao, his realm broke through from the 6th stage to the 7th stage. Wuzong, his strength was 370,000 jin. In other words, after eating Lu Wancher's fried rice, his strength increased by 30,000 jin. Some people might say that it was not much. One had to know that this was just a bowl of fried rice, not a pill, and not a strength-increasing talisman. After eating it, Wuzong's strength increased by 30,000 jin. It was absolutely inconceivable. "Let me try." Jun Changshao ordered Lu Wancher to make another bowl of strength fried rice. When he punched the testing machine, his strength was displayed as 4 million jin, an increase of 400,000 jin. The system said, "The fried rice made by this little girl contains many types of heaven and earth spiritual energy. It can provide 10% of the host's strength." Compared to the strength-increasing talisman, Lu Wancher's strength fried rice was definitely not worth mentioning. However, it still made Jun Changshao very happy. Food could be made casually without using any herb. Eating a meal to increase one's combat strength by 10%, this was definitely a very good thing. "How long can it last?" Jun Changshao asked. After analyzing, the system said, looking at the energy consumption of the host's food, it should last for 2 hours. Not bad. Jun Changshao looked at Lu Wancher and said, Do, your strength fried rice is too magical. Receiving the sect leader's praise, Lu Wanshi smiled brightly. Jun Changshao said, if it can be mass-produced, not only can it be used to satisfy hunger, it can also increase one's strength. It's killing two birds with one stone. I have already grasped the main point. Frying a few big pots is not a problem. Lu Wanshi said. Then what are you waiting for? Jun Changshao urged, hurry up and fry as much as you can. Lu Wanshi's strength fried rice was really mysterious. However, it also had its flaws. It had to be eaten to achieve the effect of increasing one's strength. If eating a bite can increase one's strength, that would be even better, Jun Changshao said. Lu Wanshi said, Sect leader, I can improve it. She had learned a lot of knowledge about herbs from Elder Wei, so she could use it to experiment without restraint. Jun Changshao said, then work hard. Try to make a fried rice that can increase one's strength with just a small bite. And Lu Wanshi nodded heavily, I will. Jun Changshao distributed the few big pots of rice that had just been fried to the disciples, letting them each take a big bowl and store it in their space rings. Other martial cultivators would store pills, crystal cores, silver notes, and various martial resources in their rings. Iron Bone disciples would put fried rice. Not only was this strange, it had to be done thoroughly. Because of the fall, Sect leader Jun was not interested in showing off his 10,000 swords returned to Sect. Instead, he asked the Ning brothers about the situation of teaching the disciples in the past month. Their performance was not bad, and the disciples had benefited greatly. In view of the two's performance, Sect leader Jun announced that the Ning brothers were appointed as elders. At this point, the Iron Bone sect now had 3 elders, all of whom were martial kings. Even a fifth-rate sect could not compare to them. After the appointment, Jun Changshao came to the medicine hall to collect all kinds of herbs. After being nurtured by the seed incubation pool and being carefully cultivated by Elder Wei, the newly matured herbs had abundant spirit energy. Ding! Ding! Middle-grade energy-gathering pills were refined continuously. After Jun Changshao took one pill, he judged that the elixir refined from this kind of high spiritual herbs could reach 50 times the absorption speed. My iron bone has resources to improve cultivation faster. If I can't become stronger, it will be unreasonable. Sect leader. Half a month later, Lu Wanshi said, the culinary competition is about to start. When are we going? Let's go tomorrow, Jun Changshao said. Okay. The next day, Lu Wanshi made a sumptuous meal for herself and the sect leader. After the two ate, they set off with peace of mind. The place they were going to was the heavenly mandate Imperial City. It had been almost 2 years since he transmigrated to the other world. Jun Changshao was going to the largest city in southwest Yangzhou for the first time, so he was looking forward to seeing what was different about the Imperial City. Chapter 498. There was still half a month before the culinary competition in southwest Yangzhou. Jun Changshao brought Lu Wanshi and left. He did not bring the other disciples with him because he hoped that they could increase their cultivation as soon as possible. As for the thousands of middle-grade qi-gathering pills, they had already been distributed to the pill machine. The disciples could receive them at a fixed time. As the sect developed, sect leader Jun would soon be able to take over. If there is a device that is interconnected with the space ring, even if I am not in the sect, I can refine pills, weapons, and other items and distribute them to the various machines with one click. Jun Changshao thought. The system said, yes, but it depends on luck. Is that so? Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. He was traveling around the falling star continent. What if his disciples lacked pills? It was simple. Elder Wei would send the herbs he planted to the equipment and send them to the space ring. After refining them, he would send them to the pill machine to replenish them. Thinking of this, Jun Changshao was even more looking forward to it. Speaking of which, why didn't he just hire some alchemists to refine pills? The system's pill pavilion could easily refine pills with one click. Moreover, the pills refined were extremely awesome. Why would he need to hire an alchemist? Although sect leader June was only one person, he could do many kinds of work. Pills, weapons, talismans, and even spirit weapons could be done by himself. He was absolutely omnipotent. What was even more amazing was that he didn't even need to do it himself. It could be said that it saved him a lot of trouble and effort. Standing in the beautiful wilderness, Jun Changshao opened his arms and smelled the intoxicating scent of the grass. He sighed. It's not bad to come out and relax. Lu Wanshi sat on a rock, holding her chin with her hand. Her face was filled with conflict. What are you thinking about? Jun Changshao said. Nothing. Lu Wanshi said in a panic. Jun Changshao sat down and said, after leaving the sect, you've been frowning. Is there something on your mind? No, Lu Wanshi said. No, there's nothing on my mind. Jun Changshao was speechless. Her thoughts were written all over her face. If he couldn't see it, wouldn't he be blind? Let me guess what's on your mind. Jun Changshao pondered for a moment and said, you must have an extraordinary identity to be able to make a strength-enhancing fried rice, right? What kind of extraordinary identity can I have? When Lu Wanshi said this, her two big eyes kept shaking. Jun Changshao saw this and continued, as far as I know, there is also a family head in Yangzhou in the southwest who specializes in cooking. The food he makes can improve one's martial strength. Lu Wanshi said, are you talking about the Ouyang clan of the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City? Not bad, Jun Changshao said. Lu Wanshi said, Sect Master thinks I'm from the Ouyang clan? It's hard for me to believe that an ordinary person can make fried rice that increases strength, Jun Changshao said. This meant that he believed that the little girl was from the Ouyang family. Otherwise, how could she develop such a magical food? All right. Lu Wanshi said, I'll be honest. I'm related to the Ouyang clan. Jun Changshao was not surprised. After taking in this girl, Lu Qianqian also had doubts. Although he did not take it seriously, he must have thought about it when he was bored. It was not just Lu Wanshi. Sect Master Jun had thought about many disciples. The one who thought about it the most was Lu Qianqian, because her intuition told her that the story behind this disciple was definitely not simple. Until now, Jun Changshao still thought that such a talented woman joined the Iron Bone sect to avoid the pursuit of her enemies. So when Lu Qianqian went out to experience the world, she said that no matter what danger she encountered, the sect would be her strongest support. I don't care who the enemy is or how strong they are. If they dared to hurt my disciple, I will use all the power of the sect to kill them. Sect Master Jun's personality was to protect his disciples. It could be seen when his disciples were bullied by the evil sects of Huayang County in Death Valley and were all killed. Just related? Jun Changshao asked. Lu Wanshi lowered her head, her small hands clenched together as she said softly, Sect Master, I am actually the illegitimate daughter of the Ouyang clan. She used a lot of courage to say the last three words. Even her body was trembling slightly. Is that so? Jun Changshao replied. He guessed that Lu Wanshi was related to the Ouyang clan, but he didn't expect her to be an illegitimate daughter. In his previous world, illegitimate children did not sound good to begin with, and they would even be criticized by others. In the other world, it was definitely worse than that. My mother was a normal person. Lu Wanshi said, she met that bastard and then I was born. That bastard was definitely her father. Then, my mother died from a serious illness, leaving me alone. That bastard found me and brought me back to the Ouyang clan. The more Lu Wanshi spoke, the more furious the hatred in her eyes became. Entering the Ouyang clan was the start of her nightmare. Jun Changshao could guess it. An illegitimate daughter entering a big family would definitely be targeted by her own family. Yes. Lu Wanshi was often bullied by her own family, and being called a bastard was the most common. Because of her background, the little lowly could tolerate it. But the more she tolerated it, the worse it got. She couldn't tolerate it anymore, and one day, she quietly left the Ouyang clan. In order to not be found, Lu Wanshur came to the most remote Qingyang County, which was why she met Jun Changshao in Qingyang City. She always followed her mother's surname. Although the surname Ouyang represented honor, she didn't want it at all. If she had a choice, Lu Wanshur even wanted to give up the Ouyang clan's blood, even if she had to be the poorest ordinary person. However, her bloodline was born with it. How could she give it up just like that? Lu Wanshur's mother was very normal, but she inherited her father's cooking talent. Although she only lived in the Ouyang clan for a year, she had an extraordinary understanding. In this world, there were really people with extraordinary talent. Lu Wanshur was one of them. Although she had never entered the Ouyang clan's kitchen, just by secretly watching, she was able to learn by herself. If she received professional guidance, her cooking skills would definitely improve greatly. It was a pity. Because she was an illegitimate daughter, she was destined not to be qualified to learn the Ouyang clan's ancestral cooking skills. If you don't let me learn, I'm too lazy to learn. Lu Wanshur began to ponder on her own, and just by relying on her own talent, she successfully developed a fried rice that could improve strength. If this matter was learned by the Ouyang clan, it would definitely cause quite a stir. After all, without learning the Ouyang clan's recipes, she could develop a dish that could improve martial arts strength. It was simply incredible. Thinking of the past that she couldn't bear to look back on, Lu Wanshur was in low spirits. She wasn't like Long Xiang, who had to prove to the bullies that he was wronged. She just wanted to cut ties with the Ouyang clan forever. However, the cooking competition was held in the Heavenly Mandate Royal City, and the Ouyang clan would definitely send their direct descendants to participate. What should she do? Jun Changshao touched her head and said with a smile, "When you go to the Heavenly Mandate Royal City this time, if the Ouyang clan dares to bully you, I will make them pay a painful price." He set a flag. It seemed that going to the Heavenly Mandate Royal City would be another trip to show off.